Most people who come to this web college probably spend around 8 seconds.
Wow.
You know, a friend told them about it and they turn it on, the movie starts playing and they hear the first couple of words and they're gone.
What if you're doing a movie with someone and the person's just not getting it, they can't do it?
It's happened, and we don't show movie. All the movies there are people who cure the stuff. At least when they're on the movie, they're curing it.
Uh-huh.
Almost all the movies that I've ever shot ended up on YouTube. But there are a lot more failures that never got shot in a movie, or they just never, you know, at least at first. You know, most people come in here and they never even try to get a signal when they go to the web college or turn on one of these movies. They don't even try to do it.
Huh.
They never even find out anybody ever cured anything.
Huh.
Like, you've cured your herpes, right?
Yeah, I have no more pain anywhere. Like, I was getting like really bad pain here.
Uh-huh.
It hasn't bothered me in weeks. And this is the thing, even though I really didn't get outbreaks, I always, every day, I would constantly have like pain all over my throat bone, into my ear.
Yeah, you were having internal herpes outbreaks. I mean, that's what your doctor told you anyway. And also, we tested that herpes was being enabled by the Epstein-Barr virus, and I want you to test it. I cure the Epstein-Barr virus.
Oh wait, did I cure the Epstein-Barr virus? Yes.
So you cured both of them. You had to cure both of them because they were cofactors in each other.
Yeah.
And tell us about your visit in Florida, where you usually would get a herpes outbreak and you didn't get one.
I didn't get one because I was really focused on keeping it removed the whole time I was there.
Have you had one since?
No.
Have you started getting signals yet?
Yeah, it was so amazing. I woke up this morning and I was going through the list of bodies and the pathologies, and I was getting signals, and I was so shocked because I didn't think I would get any.
Right.
Another thing that I noticed this morning, after I was doing the steps and the testing, my nose stopped straight after. So I was having nosebleed. Yeah. And after I was doing all the testing and removing of the pathologies out of the body, my nose stopped bleeding straight away, which was quite amazing.
Yes, well, you see, what you're going to notice is that you're experiencing a disappearance of symptoms. You're exactly like me. Like, that's what happened to me. The first day that I took my herpes out, I had a herpes outbreak, which then went away, and I never had another one.
Right.
And that's you too, I guess, basically, right?
Kind of. Because actually, I almost literally had one. I thought that I was watching it happen, and then I did Immunix, and it went away.
Right.
That was pretty amazing, actually. That was a really liberating feeling.
And you've been doing Immunix for about 3 weeks, right?
No, I started, it'll be 2 weeks this Wednesday.
And you were having continuous outbreaks.
Yeah, for about, since February 23rd, I guess.
And it's now May 2nd.
Yeah.
So you were having continuous outbreaks, and you immediately, like basically from the first day, cured your herpes. So you have to keep taking it out for years.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, it was like I stopped finding it after almost 2 years.
Right.
So that's the deal, you know, that's where you're going. But you're doing great.
Well, thank you. I saw in your video you said, you were talking about cancer patients, and you said, you know, these people would make a deal to get 2 years as long as, you know.
Yeah.
So, and that, you know, that struck a chord.
Well, sure, because, you know, herpes is completely incurable and no one ever cures it other than this. This is the only cure for herpes, what you're doing.
Right. That's great. It's, you know, it's...
See how crazy my fingers are? I love it. Now I feel high.
Well, that...
I feel like I've just got like a surge of like energy.
Okay. Well there, my young friend, I'm Bayard Barnes. Welcome to the Cure Drive. I'll be showing you how to cure your medically incurable disease today. Here it is. There's our bumper sticker. As you can see, we put our cure tally, we count our cures, we play for bragging rights. Now this, by the way, is not the latest. The latest is on the Cure College up at the upper left, which I would assume you are probably on the Cure College watching this movie, because that's where most people find this movie, on the college, on the homepage. But if you have not gone there and you found this on YouTube, you should watch this movie on the homepage of the Cure College. So let me just show you. By the way, the editing in this movie may be a little choppy because I'm trying to give you all the information you need. So I'm going to shoot inserts the next day. I'm shooting this the day after I shot the thing before. But anyway, do you recognize this? This is this movie on YouTube. Look familiar? Okay. Now, right underneath the movie, see right down here, there's you know, the little writing about the movie. Well, this is a link to the Cure Drive. So if you punch that, this is the home page of curedrive.org, and you see here's the movie right there. And this is where you want to be watching this, because there's all this other information on here that I'm going to be showing you. And as you can see, I personally cured herpes. That's my cap I wear around when I go visit my neighbors so people can see what I cured. As I say, bragging rights. Okay, so what I should probably do first is get the whole finger signal thing out of the way so you know what that's about. This is what it looks like. It's just a little flick of the finger. If you notice, the woman in the movie you were just watching, she was saying she'd started getting signals. And that's what's supposed to happen for you while you're watching this movie. So the signal is an involuntary thing. It's like a, you know, what it is anything that you didn't do that surprises you, so you go like, what? What was that? And let's see if you can get one. So I want you to ask a question: can I cure things? And see if you get a signal. Just relax, get into your, you know, just be with yourself and ask that question. Can I cure things? And see if you get a signal. Anything unusual that surprises you would be, okay, like right now, this finger moved for me just now. So that was actually spontaneous. I actually got a signal there just now as I mean, when I held my finger up and wiggled it, I was not getting a signal. That I was just showing you what happened. But you know, when my hand was on my lap, I got a signal. Okay, so that, let's just get that out of the way. You're going to see people testing things all through this movie, because this is a movie of going to show you a lot of people curing medically incurable diseases in this movie and how they do it. And that is what they're talking about, because for the most part they're not showing that, you know, they're not going to hold their hand up to show you they're getting it, because they don't, you know, they're not really thinking about you, you know, they're actually curing whatever it is. Although I just want to say that all of these people do care. And that's why they made these movies. So they want you to cure it. You know, they do care about you. And there's like a lot more where they came from who didn't make movies, but who still care about you. And, you know, among them are your family. And, you know, you might say, well, no, my family wouldn't be interested in this. And that's probably true. But even so, but they are interested in you curing the thing, though, right? That's for sure. So that is absolutely for sure that you know, they are. That's one thing you can say about them. Now, there is more information on signals. You know what? A lot of people call me. I got my phone number all over these things. And people call me like all the time. Like, I get a bunch of calls like every month from people saying like, you know, I think I'm getting a signal, but I'm like not really sure. You know, and they'll say, well, you know, mine's coming through my toe. It's like my pinky toe was wiggling. Is that a signal? and I'll ask them, well, does it usually wiggle? You know, it's like, could it be something else? But anyway, just want you to know that there's a lot more information on signals. Like once again, here's the home page, okay? And if you go down here below the home page, there's a link here. And see, if you click this particular, don't do this because it'll turn this movie off. But I'll just show you. You see, there's all these movies here. Every one of these is a movie about signals. And if you're on a computer, this movie at the top will start playing when you go on the page. But you don't like need to, you know, prefer that one and watch it. You can just, well, here we go. See, I just opened it up.
Yeah, got a signal on that one.
See, there's this whole movie there about signals. But, you know, there's just tons more. And you want to look at these anyway, because look at all these movies on signals. They will give you a huge perspective on signals, including, there's some of them, really most of them go into another signal. And we're going to, now there's another thing that's more important than the finger signal, another signal, and it's a change in the way you feel, which you may take you weeks to get a negative medical test on herpes, let's say, if you're here to cure herpes. A lot of people come in here to cure herpes. But even if it's going to take you, weeks and weeks to find out whether you still have it showing up on a medical test, or even for your outbreak to go away, the very first time that I ever killed that virus, I was having a major outbreak, and the outbreak took hours or a day or whatever it was to go away. But I never had another outbreak after that. It was my last herpes outbreak. Was the day I took it, I killed it. But I kept finding herpes for a long time. When I checked for it, I just never got another physical outbreak. But I killed it before it ever was able to outbreak. But you'll notice that the outbreak takes time to go away. But there was a change in the way I felt. It was like boom, pretty, within a minute or two, So what I want to do now is show you some people getting that change and what it is and what it looks like. So that's the next thing you're going to see now, okay? That's the next clip. Here we go. And I go to the 144th dimension. You're now going to watch some people doing this and maybe start to see what it's going to be like for you to do it. The woman on the left cured oral herpes and the Epstein-Barr virus, which is the virus, or one of the viruses, that causes chronic fatigue syndrome. She was hosting both viruses when she came to work for me in 1984 at the company I owned then that did seminars. And this was long before I knew anybody could cure these diseases. And she had both diseases in a somewhat mild form until 1994, when it was a few months, actually about 8 months after I cured my herpes, and was showing my staff how to cure things when she cured both of those. She got a negative, that was in 1994, she got a negative medical test for both of them. Around 12 years later, in 2006, the woman on the right has been doing this for around 3 months. She came in with a thyroid nodule and became asymptomatic within days, and she is now continuing towards a negative medical test for the thyroid nodule. Say, can I go to the 144th dimension? See if you get a signal on that. Can I go to the 144th dimension?
Can I go to the 144th dimension? Yes? I guess I can.
Go ahead and do it.
Okay, both of you go to the 144th dimension.
I'm taking myself to the 144th dimension.
Me too.
No stopping for gas on the 8th dimension.
I feel clear.
I feel less interested in anything below the 144th dimension.
Can we stay here all the time?
I know, exactly.
Well, I mean, this would take a lot of backstory, but there are some decisions that my family's making that I now feel clear about.
Yes, because when you have that perspective from the 144th dimension,
Yeah.
you simply don't care about anything as much.
That's exactly it. But I don't care doesn't sound so good.
Well, see, that's right.
But it's it. That's really
Not an effect.
When people hear we say we don't care, they go, "Well, God, that's sick," you know.
I know. It's a good thing.
Now, I don't blame you if you don't understand what you're looking at here. It's okay, you know. And if you've noticed, this movie is long. People say, "Why is that movie so long?" Maybe you're starting to understand why now. You know why? You cure your way to a cure, and also it might not even look like those two women cured anything. They were going to another dimension. So what could, you know? They didn't say, "I am now curing" or "I'm now removing," and you have to understand what signals mean, and that the good feeling, and also, remember when she said she felt empty? Well, when you're empty, something is gone, i.e. cured. So, I guess going to another dimension cures something. Okay, and that's what happens, see. You're going to find, as you get into this, that things come out in groups. So you cure one thing, and there's a whole bunch of things that are missing. And most of the time, you're not going to know what any of them ever were. But you will know that you're different. And that difference is the most important signal. See, you probably, when I showed you this, you were probably saying, well, that's the cure? I mean, that's what? My toe wiggled, is that the cure? I mean, what? Okay. I mean, it is kind of, it is a little strange. I will grant that, okay? We got to realize this is a cult. So we do strange things here. And see, but the point is, though, that now you're going to be watching people cure medically incurable diseases in this movie. And the next one's coming soon, you know, it's coming, so's Christmas, right? But what you just saw is what this looks like in nature, you know, and I've mentioned before that these women those two women have cured medically incurable diseases, both of them have. The blonde woman, I didn't mention this, but she has cured the flu, which is medically incurable. That was, she was told when she started curing her thyroid nodule that she could cure the flu. And so when she started getting the flu, it's flu season. When that movie was shot, it was shot sort of in flu season. And she was around people who had the flu, and she started to catch it on 4 separate occasions, different days. And she said she actually allowed it to start up so she could really test her ability. That's the kind of person she is. She wanted to test her ability to cure things. A lot of people have cut their teeth on curing flu. And you're going to see that in this movie coming up, that's coming as I show you more things. I'm going to show you another woman, a different woman curing a flu right on camera. So, maybe it's time for me. You know what I should do next? Before we go on any further with this, I should probably, like a lot of people ask me the question, do I have to join the web college? Do I have to pay anything? Am I being, and also probably as I'm talking here, you probably think I'm leading up to like trying to sign you up for the web college. So let's put that to rest. The answer is no. For now, I think we should put the web college thing on the back burner, because there is something that, like let's say you're a little strapped for cash this month, and you're wondering, well, should I join the web college, or is there something else I need more? And the answer is there's something that you need more than the web college. Well, if it comes to a hard decision, a difficult choice between joining the web college or one of these, this is what you need more than a membership of the web college, and I'll tell you why. Right now, you're probably thinking, God, why does he talk so much? Why is he going on so long? Why? Just show me how to cure it already. I'm afraid it isn't going to be that simple, and you're going to have to watch a lot of movies. That's the thing that you need to do. And the web college is full of text lessons, and you might need them at some point. But at first, right now, what you need to do is assimilate this. And that means, here, just let me show you this. If we go down this page, do you see down here, these are movies. There are all these movies. And these movies are the tip of a vast iceberg of movies. And you just click on it, you just punch one of these things and they play. I mean, it's not going to play on this till I have to hit it again. But, it'll play when you want to hit it. So, because, you see, you got to assimilate this. This is not something you learn. It's something you soak up, and it has to become a part of you. So you got to have, see this? This is a Bluetooth headset, and you need to get these things and walk around all day in the car, on your way to work, when you're on your break, or even while you're doing your work, if it's something that you can listen to a movie, and just spend the hours. You know, there was a guy who came in here a long time ago. His name's Jake McPhee. He's actually one of my Facebook friends. And by the way, interestingly enough, here on this, okay, here's the home page, right? And if you go down here, there's a link to join me on Facebook, which I probably accidentally just hit. So, no, here's my Twitter feed. So you can there's a link to join us on Twitter also. And it doesn't cost a penny to do any of these things. And it is by this kind of exposure. And by the way, on our home page, you see this black thing here? That is our Twitter feed there. It feeds through the home page. So, and these people who are posting, you know, they're tweeting. What they do is when they cure something, they tweet about curing it. There aren't many of us. We talk to each other all day on things like Facebook and Twitter. So you're welcome to listen or talk or join in, you know. And it doesn't cost a penny to do any of that. And I bet if you tweeted a little question to one of these guys, if you need a little guidance, I bet they'd answer you. Okay, that being said, so now we understand, we've got a perspective now. What you've got to do is get good at this first. Well, think about it for a minute, okay? We have a web college. It's a college on the web. Now, when you go to college, what do you have to do first? Right. You know, I know what came into your mind. You got to graduate high school, and before high school, middle school. What about before that? Elementary school. And where are those particular schools? They are in these movies. It is in exposing yourself to it, hour after hour, day after day, and hearing person after person cure thing after thing, that at some point you get the spin on what you want to cure. And if you are battling a potentially terminal disease, which a bunch of people who come in here are, and you can cure that cancer, truly. So you better do this very fast. And, you know, a woman wrote to me the other day on Facebook, one of my Facebook friends, I don't remember who it was, but she wrote to me and she was saying that her mom, you know, has cancer and she wants to help her mom with this. And what she's got to do is buy her mom a smartphone and a Bluetooth and get her listening to other people curing cancer there. See, these movies are the tip of an iceberg. Like if you go to okay, here is one of our movies on YouTube, not on our web college. This is the YouTube page for this movie. And you see down here, it tells what the channel is. It's Cure Drive. Right here, it's a little tiny thing that says Cure Drive. And if you hit that, you go to the channel, and the channel, the Cure Drive channel has, I started one. It has 355 movies just on that one channel. Or maybe it's 266. And then there's another one that has 350 something. And any of those you can get to by using if you just go to one of the movies on the home page down here, any one, they're from different channels, and you can find the channels by clicking on those movies. So you've got like 600 movies. Some of those movies are an hour and a half long. Well, one reason that you would want to subscribe to this particular channel on YouTube is if you notice, you see these movies here that they all look very similar. They're all with the same person. And you see the point is about this, that these movies, like let's say if you're curing HIV, all of these movies are about curing HIV. They're all with the same guy, and you can follow, you can get a lot more depth on, on curing HIV. There's movies about various diseases that are, like you can just go through the, the channel, and you can find all the movies on curing a thyroid nodule or curing cancer or curing herpes or whatever, fibromyalgia or whatever it is, and watch that whole series from and start with the, like, let's say the most recent one, see how the person has been doing, and then trace the person's cure back through the movies to the beginning to find out how, how a cure actually goes of possibly what you've got. Or if there's no movies on what you've got, let's say you've got Graves' disease, but still there's going to be a lot of parallels for curing Graves' disease with curing a thyroid nodule, let's say, or even HIV. So you just learn more about curing that way by creating a continuity for yourself. You got plenty to do. And I was starting to tell you about Jake McPhee, who's one of my Facebook friends, by the way. So if you become my Facebook friend, which you can easily do since there's a link right there, and I will be happy to approve you. Don't worry, I'm not picky. I take all manner of riffraff and lowlifes as my Facebook friends. Not a problem. You don't have to, no anxiety attack is necessary about whether I'll approve of you as my Facebook friend or how much I value my privacy. But spare me. Is there any such thing as privacy anymore in this world? Anyway, no problem. But Jake came in, it was probably a couple of years ago, and he wanted to cure his herpes. And he called me up and he said, you said some very inspiring things on that movie. So of course I instantly liked him. And I realized this is a real student, this guy's going to do something with this. He's worth helping. So I got back to him, and you want to know Jake had been diagnosed as not, not being smart, not educatable. And he is now certified as an ambulance technician. You know how he passed the test? See my finger? He tested the questions. Is that cheating? Let me give you a little clue, okay? If I need an ambulance, I want the driver to be Jake, because Jake used his intuition, and that's what I need in anybody who's helping me in an emergency. I need intuitive people. I don't need people who memorized a bunch of shit. I need people who can see. And Jake is a seer. He's a conscious person. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the only kind of smart there is. So I'm very proud of this guy. And he cured his herpes a long time ago. So anyway, that's just a little story. But the punchline of this story of Jake is, what was the secret of his success? And the secret of his success was Jake didn't have much money. And Greg had to give him a free password for a while till he, could get a password. But you know what he had? He had bought a smartphone, and he didn't have enough money to, to get a contract for it. But he got himself Skype on it, and he just used this to make his phone calls. He used Skype to make his phone calls. Amazing. He figured out how to soup the thing up. And he would buy a card, like a little cheap card, and he'd put it in to activate it. So, there's a smart guy. And, there's a way for you to get in the game. maybe you're thinking, oh God, I can't do this, I can't do, you can do it. And this is what you need first. You need to pour this into yourself and let yourself feel these people. Now to get back to, let me show you another person getting the good feeling. So you're feeling very calm now.
Yeah.
Do you still have a headache?
Nope.
Do you think the headache was connected with the swelling?
Absolutely.
So you think maybe the swelling went down now?
I am now removing the Epstein-Barr virus from all of my body. You see how crazy my fingers are? I love it. Now I feel high.
Well, that...
I feel like I've just got like a surge of energy.
Okay, before we go on to anything, curing the flu, which you're going to see how to do, I want to tell you that you're going to get the good feeling when you cure anything. The reason the good feeling is it's an important signal, because if you're doing this and you're not changing, if the way you feel doesn't, like how she was talking, if the way you feel doesn't change, you may not be curing anything, even if you're getting finger signals. What you're just being encouraged. The finger signal may be real. It may just be an encouragement to keep going. But you want to keep going till you get the feeling, because the feeling is what really means that you're actually curing the thing. So that's really important. And then when you get the feeling, and sometimes the feeling is very deep, like you saw with her, you got to move on. That's the time to start looking for things to cure. It is not the time to stop. Do not stop checking yourself after you get the good feeling. Enjoy the good feeling for 5 minutes. Be chilled out, be have the smile on your face. It's great, And then go on to check again. Now, do I have any viruses in my spiral body? Do I have any bacteria in my spiral body? And you just, go through the pathologies. And, and you know what? People say, well, I guess I got to get a membership to the web college. Or maybe you could just think of pathologies that you already know, like parasites, anybody, just check, just test. See if you get a signal. You don't have to join the web college to see if you can get a signal on something. And that's more important. And that's what you need to be doing. Like right now, you could ask yourself, can I kill a virus? And see if you get a signal. And also, by the way, questions are going to pop into your mind. Test them. I get Facebook messages from people, like, do I have to change my diet to do this? Come on! I don't answer them. And maybe by my silence, the person realizes, I got one like that the other day. I actually did answer it. I answered it with a string of question marks. Maybe by my silence, the person will realize that they ought to test that question. So here's more on this. Let's watch this woman for a minute. Where you usually would get a herpes outbreak and you didn't get one.
I didn't get one because I was really focused on keeping it removed the whole time I was there.
Have you had one since?
No.
Well, let's keep it out for a couple of years.
Yeah.
How about that? Because it dies off. See, I don't have to check for it anymore. It's gone. But it took me years. I kept finding it in my spiral body.
Yeah.
But now I don't find it anymore when I check. It dies off. If you don't let it outbreak, it dies off. So if you keep it out of your spiral, gravitate, those bodies for, you know, for me it was probably around 18 months. That's how you cure it. See, what she was telling you is check. You know, keep watching yourself. And also, you're going to learn to look for the signs. Like, let's say you came in here to cure herpes. You're going to be able to know if you have herpes, let's say, in your non-physical bodies at some point. Because you can feel you've probably never even known you had any non-physical bodies, but at some point you're going to be feeling these bodies, you know, and scanning them. Yes, it gets very advanced, you know. So, okay, maybe you want to go back to EFT, which you know you can do. But the problem with EFT always was that you couldn't cure your herpes with it, right? So maybe it's time to graduate. You know, you could look at EFT as junior high school, which is what I went to. See, I'm almost 70. We didn't have middle school. We had junior high school. So maybe EFT was junior high school, and now it's time to actually start learning something. How about that for an idea? We're not going to give you a bunch of exercises and formulas to do. You're actually going to have to be able to do this stuff. That's the reality here, buddy. Maybe you're not ready for this. You know, go. You know, try the colloidal silver on your herpes. See if that works. And when it doesn't, just try to remember this is here. Okay. So when the other stuff doesn't work, you can come back and cure the thing. And you went and you told your doctor that you thought, you know, that the Valtrex made your herpes worse. Did you say that to the doctor?
Yeah, and he laughed at me. He said he's got tons of patients that take it and they never had a problem with it.
So you're the only person who ever had a problem with it, according to him.
Yeah, but I have friends that, you know, have taken it. I have like about 3 or 4 friends that have, you know, they get cold sores and stuff, and they've taken it, and it doesn't even work for them. And one of them even said that she thinks it made it worse too.
And speaking of curing herpes with pharmaceuticals, or stopping outbreaks with pharmaceuticals, guess what I found? No, this was about cure. I Googled cure herpes on Google. And one of the first things that came up was a delivery device that slowly inserts a cyclovir into the person. It is sold by a South African company, and they ship the device anywhere except South Africa. Presumably because they don't want to be put in prison for practicing medicine without a license. And when I saw this, it reminded me of what I had read in The Coming Plague when I read the book in, I read it in '96, which I believe was the same year that Bill Cosby produced a 6-hour long version, a made-for-television version of The Coming Plague on CBS, which is still available from the Hillsborough Public Library System, where I live, on, I guess it's on CD, a DVD. And in The Coming Plague, there was a very short little thing that said that when people, originally they started giving a cyclovir to people with herpes. And they discovered that when they discontinued the drug, the person had a new strain of herpes that was many times more virulent than the original strain. You see, when I got herpes in 1966, the kind that I got, see, I didn't have the virulent strain. I had the old strain, okay? The pre-acyclovir strain. strain. And I would have outbreaks like every 3 months. My first, episode was very, very terrible, and it lasted about 6 weeks. But after that, it died, it dimmed down into a normal case of herpes. I had both kinds. I had lip and genital, so I'd have, like alternating outbreaks. But that's what it turned out to be. Now I meet people, because people call me like every few days. I get at least 2 or 3 calls a week anyway, and sometimes a lot more, and perhaps with this movie a lot more. And I don't talk to everybody, but I do talk, especially when people have started curing it and they want some guidance. Yeah, I usually call them back, or make some arrangement for somebody to call them, because you can use some guidance, as you can see how involved it is to cure a medically incurable disease, right? So most people seem to have the new strain, and they are never without an outbreak. Their outbreaks are they seem to overlap. So one outbreak is subsiding, and right next to it, another one is starting. And the people have virtually continuous outbreaks. Some of these people who if you come to our meeting, we have a meeting every Monday night. And if you come to our meeting, you will hear people talking about curing herpes. Some of those people had that strain of herpes. So it just made me think of it, when I was listening just now to this clip of Tony Ann talking about, her experience with Valtrex. Who knows what Valtrex is going to do to their herpes? But it sounds like some people were already saying it makes it worse. Anyway, okay. Also, as far as all the, the herbs and the diet and stuff, there is no other cure for herpes than the one I'm showing you. However, I will say that there are tons of things, it seems, that reduce outbreaks. Back in the 80s, I had a huge staff at the seminar company I owned. And we all pooled our health knowledge. And we had somebody who made lunch every day, and who also, handled people's like supplements, and, advised people. I mean, the person was, sort of a combination den mother, nutritionist, doctor, whatever. And also some of our assistants were MDs, and some of them worked in that department when they assisted. We had about 600 volunteers at the time, too. But we were all very much into, physical health, like people would get the flu. We didn't know how to cure the flu back then, or how to cure herpes. We didn't know how to cure things. I didn't discover that till 1993. But we were extremely health conscious, and a lot of the staff had herpes, especially because I think they were passing it around a little bit, too. But they would go in and say, like, into the kitchen, and they'd say, like, hey, I'm getting a herpes outbreak, make chicken. Because there's this diet where I think you raise lysine, and you eliminate grain for a while. So you lower arginine, raise lysine. And, so they'd say, make chicken, the chicken was to die for. So I used to say, let me see if this helps my herpes. Of course, I wasn't having an outbreak at the time, but I'd go in and have some of the chicken too, And sure enough, a day or so later, I'd get a herpes outbreak. And I used to tell them, it's giving me a herpes outbreak. And nobody but me had that effect. Everybody else seemed to feel that it was working. It was suppressing their outbreaks. So if all you want to do is suppress your outbreaks, there's a lot easier things than this to there's a lot of easier things than this to do. And as I say, just remember this is here. You're probably wondering, like, well, How could this guy possibly know that all these things don't work, like the herpes herbs or the diets or whatever it is, or the colloidal, the remedies, colloidal silver, vibration machines, you know, that wires you wrap around your leg that kill the herpes in your bloodstream, with oxygen therapy, you know. How do I know? Well, because people call me all the time. And do you think maybe they tell me about all the other things that they tried? And also because well, around 97, 98, I called a friend of mine, Baraka DeCandia, about, told him I'd help him cure his herpes. And he said no thanks, he was going to cure it himself. He bought the machine, you know, it was like $12,000 was what he paid for it. He bought the super deluxe back in the day, you know, when oxygen therapy was just hitting the Hollywood scene, I guess. And he's a major Hollywood guy, or was. He's dead. He didn't cure his herpes. He got in the machine and kept oxygenating himself, and never happened. And herpes turns into cancer. He died of an inoperable tumor. It wasn't that long ago, actually. It was maybe 6 months ago. I wasn't talking to him much, but when he was dying, he wrote me. And he was talking about how great it'd be if we could get together again and do the stuff we used to do back when he used to do my seminars. So that's how I know. Because the problem, really, it's not so much that people go off, I mean, unless you have cancer and then you're going to go off and die, you know, because this is the only cure for most of these things. But, you know, if it's something that's going to just be around forever, dermatology, you know, your patients never die and they never get well, you know. If it's something that's just going to be around forever, you know, just try to remember that this is here. I just realized I mentioned the Monday meeting, and you may be wondering, well, how do I get to the Monday meeting? It's on Skype, and I'll show you. It's right here. This is the home page. That's the top of the home page. See, with the tally there. See that? That's the tally. And if you just go down, there's the movie of me. And it's right under the movie. You see it says Cure Meetings. If you click this, it goes to a page. Let me try to click it. Goes to a page, and it gives you Greg's phone number, and he's got his phone number, he's got his Skype number in there, and we can call you. So you do not have to you know, pay for the call. We can call you, or you can just hook up on Skype too. That's fine. Either way, you know, because we have unlimited calling to telephones on Skype, so it's not a problem. If you're in another country than the United States, you're going to need to have a landline or use Skype, because we don't call cell phones in other countries. But anyway, please, you know, feel free. It's 9 o'clock New York time, and you'll meet people who've cured their herpes or their other things, you know, whoever shows up. We don't know who's going to be there, but they're a good bunch, and they're willing to help, you know, willing to meet you and help. And I know you will be too when you're there. Now, okay, let's be clear. We record our cures. And if let's say you have cancer, okay, you're not here to cure herpes. You can cure your cancer, and there are movies where people are curing cancer in the movies, lots of movies about cancer, popular disease, and we also have recordings, and where you, those are in the Cure Show. And there's a whole, there are actually more Cure Show recordings of people curing cancer, or more people. There's probably more movies of people curing cancer, but there are more Cure Shows of different people curing cancer than movies. So if you have cancer, fibromyalgia, we have Cure Shows of over 100 diseases. And you may be thinking, well, where would I find that, you know? Well, it's right here. It's on every page, actually. Every one of our pages has this on it. And right above it, see these little links? Well, one of them, if I can just... Is that the Cure Show? I don't know. Okay, here it is. See, the Cure Show is this gigantic directory. That's the top. And you see these letters? Well, if you want to cure fibromyalgia, you would punch F. And you go down. We have recorded quite a few Cure Shows in our time, and there they are. You know, they're all on this huge page. So, you know, but it's pretty easy to get to the one you want. You just punch the letter that you want to go to. Okay? Okay, because now we're going to go on to the next thing. I'm going to show you somebody curing a flu. And here's what happened. Alejandra, the woman who's you're going to see now, came in to cure panic attacks. And she had been working on that. She was, I don't know if she still is, but she was under psychiatric care. She was taking 3 medications for her panic attacks and came in to see if she could cure them without medication and just have them, because she was taking the medication and still getting the panic attacks also. So she was, you know, so she really did need to cure them. I mean, it wasn't just, you know, an academic exercise to try to save her medical bills, which I don't think she pays anything for it anyway, because she probably has medical insurance. Well, she's in Australia, so I think they have state medicine there. But anyway, so she came to, we were meeting with her, you know, periodically, like every week, I think. And she came to her session, and you see Barb is her coach, and she came in and she had the flu. So the first order of business, obviously, was to cure the flu. Now, again, like you're thinking, oh God, this takes so long and it's so hard. But we watch this woman, and she cures the flu in, like, if you actually time it, it takes her like 5 minutes to cure the flu. Now, that isn't really that difficult, is it? And it doesn't take that long. You know, you may have to spend a lot of time studying, but actually the actual curing is pretty instantaneous, and you can feel wonderful while you're studying. That's the good news. Have you started doing this yet? Because if you have, and the way you feel changed even a little, you're not worried so much about how long it's going to take anymore, or about anything, really. Funny thing, when you cure things, you feel good, you don't worry too much. Okay, so let's watch these people cure a flu. Okay, well, Alejandra has the flu, so the first order of business is to cure the flu. So what I'm going to do, see, I'm going to actually mute my microphone, and I'm going to leave the 3 of you together to cure Alejandra's flu. How about that?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so the 3 of you together can cure Alejandra's flu. That's what you're going to do now, and I'm going on mute.
So I would actually say it out loud, what you're doing or how you're doing it. I want to see how you've learned this.
I'm not sure of my gravitational body.
Okay, so does that mean when you get a yes answer that the flu is gone?
Yes.
Or just that you're removing it? So you could be removing it for the next...
I just waited for the signal.
And what does that...
Yes.
That signal means that it's all gone?
Yes.
Well, let's say my gravitational body is free of all flu. My gravitational body is free of all flu. Free meaning you have absolutely no flu in your gravitational body?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so test. Do I have any flu in my gravitational body?
I got nothing.
So is that a no?
No.
That's a no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I recommend checking yourself from many different directions and saying things in different ways. If you really want to cure this, you just do whatever it takes. So like, is the flu, is the flu completely gone from my gravitational body? Just that.
Yeah.
That's a yes, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are you in a calm, clear, centered place right now?
No.
Okay, you know what? I think that what I should do at this point is turn this over to Barb for a little while. How about that? So Barb, you heard the instructions I just gave to Greg, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you follow them and go through some more bodies, very methodically like that.
Okay. Test if you have the flu in your celestial body. Okay.
No.
Okay. So my celestial body is free of flu. I'm removing flu from my celestial body. Okay, great. Okay, my spiral body. Is there any flu in my spiral body? A little bit?
Yes.
Okay, let's take it out. Take it out. I'm removing the flu from my spiral body.
Okay.
Good. Okay, my etheric body. Do I have flu in my etheric body?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I've taken out all flu from my etheric body. Great. Etheric body is free of flu. Yes. So yes, okay, great. Do you have flu in your astral body?
No.
Great. Do you have it in your karmic body?
Yeah.
Right. So take the flu out of your karmic body. I'm removing the flu from my karmic body. All aspects of the flu I'm removing from my karmic body.
Okay.
Okay. You all right?
I want to,
Okay. How about your mental body?
I want to come in again. I wasn't clear about the etheric. Alejandra, did you actually remove and get a signal on removing the flu from your etheric body?
No, I didn't have any signal.
So there was no signal with the etheric body, so you didn't have it in your etheric body.
Right.
Test it again.
No, I still have no signal.
Okay, good. Do you feel any change in your symptoms?
Yeah, I feel more more energy actually, because before I was kind of very, very down. It's like I was trying to get up myself to go to the kitchen and make a tea or something. I was no energy at all. But now I feel like, more fine.
How's your ear?
Even before I used to have headaches, and now it's fine. It's like
Okay, so that disappeared. Okay.
It's very, very ear infection.
It's probably the swelling went down.
There's no pain now.
Oh, good. Well, then the swelling went down. Now I want to now I want to put this back over to Greg, and Greg, you can continue doing her bodies with her, and so I'll give you another turn on this. Okay.
I still feel very dizzy still. Maybe because
See if we can get those. We stopped at the mental.
Okay. So we'll continue on taking this out. You could ask questions about the dizziness. But we'll just start, we'll keep going with the body. So we did gravitational, spiral, and etheric.
Karmic.
Karmic.
Do mental, emotional, physical, and universals.
Okay, so Alejandro, let's go to mental body. Test if you have any flu in your mental body.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what do you do when you have flu in your mental body?
I'm moving.
And so take us through what you do when you do that. What do you say, or what are you doing? Say it out loud for us.
I'm removing my flu of my mental body. All right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm asking you to do it for yourself rather than ask us if that's right.
Yeah,
So
no, I was just asking if I was the right question.
That's fine.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Okay.
You got a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. So now, how do you check on that? Check yourself for that body.
Do I still have flu in my emotional body? No, mental body.
Mental.
Yeah.
Mental body. Flu in my mental body. No.
Oh, good. Okay. Let's go on to the next body. emotional. So take the emotional body, take the flu out of your emotional body and say it out loud as you would do it if you were doing it for yourself, as if your life depended on it.
Removing my emotional body. I got nothing more.
If you didn't have much. Yeah, ask
So you determined, is that a yes or a no? What are you getting, yes or no?
I did got nothing more.
But she never asked whether she had it in there to begin with.
I have
Flu in my emotional body. No.
no.
Good.
Okay. I thought you had. It sounded to me like you had.
No.
So, physical body.
Physical body. No.
You don't have flu in your physical body.
Nice.
Good. Test if you have a flu in any other bodies.
I got nothing.
I'm sorry, is that a yes or a no? You got, I know you got a nothing, but
No, I'm not no.
so all my bodies are free of flu. You got a yes or no?
We keep distracted of it, pushing over. Love you, have fun. Talk with you.
I'm busy.
So all my bodies are free of flu.
After that today.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Don't talk or put on mute.
Right?
So Alejandro, I didn't quite get it. You got yes?
Yes.
All your bodies are free of flu, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So good. So let's test, did I cure the flu? Did I cure myself of flu?
Okay.
Good. Well, how do you feel?
Sorry?
How do you feel? Do you feel any different? Is there any
Yeah, I feel like as before. Yeah, with the energy. Actually, I feel much better. Yeah.
Really?
Nothing. I know. It just, yeah, that's really good actually. I still have my, thing in my field. Busy, no, I don't know, I have to stand up and check, but I still, still much better now.
Nice. Well
Even
done.
I I can, before I was, talking and even my throat, more clear.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Coaching.
So, good. Okay.
Okay. So, is there any other difference from how you were to how you are now?
There's a big difference before now. It's like the only time I have to go and, outside and because before I have, very shaky legs and I'm very weak. I couldn't even walk to my door.
You were weak and dizzy?
Yeah, very.
And so has that changed now? Is that what you're saying?
Well, at least I can feel my head more relaxed, more. I don't know, how can I explain?
Less congestion.
Less congestion and your head is clearer?
The headache is gone, and even I can feel my throat more, relaxing. It's nice feeling now. Back to normal again.
Good. So what is this? So back to normal is a good new state. So what is Barb? Why don't you take over, kind of checking her on this with a accelerator, a short form accelerator.
Okay.
And see.
Good idea, Greg.
Solidified one of
Good idea.
the things you have made.
Okay, Barb will take over. That's great. Okay, here you go, Barb. You're on with Alejandra.
Okay, tell me what else. Is anything else gone, Alejandra?
No, everything is like I said before. It's just like, yeah. Even I used to have pain in all my joints and everywhere, and now it's just like I have no pain now. It's just like sweetness. Yeah, because I've been in bed actually for 2 days.
Wow.
And it's paining and.
Okay. Is there anything that might be easier for you now? Anything that's easier for you now than before? Some responses that might be easier.
Well, actually, the good thing about it is that I don't have the pain in my hand. It's not killing me.
Yeah, that's true. You've been in a lot of...
and no tension on my head and on my neck.
Wow, amazing. Great.
Yeah, it is. I just can't believe it. It's all yesterday.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. Did you discover anything about yourself or Immunix or us or anything while you're doing that?
Yeah, that's just, I think it's an excellent work. Better than nothing. I called the doctor yesterday. He didn't know even, he gave me a prescription with many things, and it's just, what he do, nothing. He come and check on me, because ear infection, and I know already that I got ear infection. Yes, so that's great, actually. I'm very happy.
Nice, you discovered it yourself.
And I have to continue studying because I left studying the website. It's a wonderful website. It's just,
thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you feel in the calm, clear place now then? More in the more calm, clear? Yeah. You look calm. Good. Yeah, you look calm and clear. Do you see any next steps for yourself? Anything that you see to do now that you didn't see to do before for yourself? Like in your life or in any area?
For my life?
Yeah. Any actions or steps or things to do that you didn't see before or didn't feel able to do before?
I want to come.
Okay, complaint number one. You couldn't understand what Alejandra was saying, or a lot of it. I know that, But you could see, obviously, what was happening for her, though, couldn't you? 5 minutes to no flu. There you go. So that is a movie of somebody curing, and that you saw exactly how she did it, curing a medically incurable viral-based disease that when she got on that call, she had been told that you can cure flu and you can cure herpes and she had been told all this stuff. You can cure cancer, you can cure all these things. She knew that. She had been curing her panic attacks for months and succeeding. Alejandra, what you saw in that movie was an example of a successful person who cures things. And she got on that movie and she had no idea she could cure that flu. Because if she had the idea, she already would have cured it before she got there, wouldn't she? So this is you. Like what you were looking at is you. You can cure thing after thing, and you still won't know you can cure it. This is what's coming. This is who you're going to be if you get going with this, which is questionable. Even though you've watched this movie all the way to this point, that is still open to question, isn't it? Like, did you try that when you were watching her on whatever it is you've got? You were seeing her cure the flu, so did you say, okay, do I have fibromyalgia in my gravitational body? Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a signal. And then did you go, oh, okay, well, let me see if I can remove. Did you do that? Did you try to remove it? And if you did you get a signal that wasn't a finger thing? Did you change? Did the way you feel change? And you went, wow, oh no, God, it was, when you do this, you realize you're not doing it. Funny, isn't it? I keep talking about how you got to do this and you do it and you do it, and then I say, well, you're not doing it. But didn't you feel that like there was like an eraser that came in and it just wiped it out? No? Did you feel that? God's doing it. Who'd you think was curing you anyway? I don't know if you noticed, if you wandered all the way down to the bottom of our homepage, there's a little link there to, that you can click on, and you go to a page about our, World Harmonic Unified Ministers, which is our ministry of cure, and God's curing you. So, look, there's all these little Christian sects that say, that's the work of the devil, that devil's curing you. I don't think the devil cures things. I got news for you. I think the devil makes you sick, like it made them sick, because nobody who was well would ever say anything like that about this. So, there's definitely something wrong with those people. And, you have a lot of things wrong with you, too, that are not, just, the disease you came in to cure. And those things will interfere with you curing your disease. But see, as I was saying, like I said this earlier in this movie, when you cure things, things come out in groups when you cure them. So you cure, let's say you remove fibromyalgia from your gravitational body, if you came in to cure fibromyalgia. And what happens, and then you get this feeling like, wow, boy, and you feel so different. It's like just so wonderful. And you go, wow, this is just great. Well, a lot of things got cured when that came out. When you cure one thing, many other things come out. Most of them you will never know what they were. And a lot of them never come back. So you have this cumulative effect where you just get better and better as you go along. Just something I want to mention, at this point. Most people do not watch this entire movie at one sitting. mean, unless you're on a road trip, you know, or whatever. They see, the important thing is just to, you know, remember that it's here. Like you can, you know, one thing I do with my YouTube is I add things to my watch later list. And so on, or click favorite, make it a favorite so that I can always find it, or subscribe to the channel, which is another good thing to do, because then you get all the movies. You see, the thing is that I think the way most people watch this, you know, just to give you a little, like, you know, perspective, is I think a lot of people, if they have a smartphone, if they start out on a smartphone, they probably turn it on the way into the store and listen to it while they're shopping. And, you know, when they want to talk to a sales clerk, they pause it. Another thing is, sometimes people want to try something that they've seen. So they think, well, you know, I think I'm going to pause the movie here and see if I can get a signal. And you might actually be better off just leaving the movie on while you try to get a signal, because it may keep you in the, you know, in the place where you're, like, you know, looking for a signal. And keep, you know, keep it in your mind, keep it, you know, it may serve to keep you a little more focused. So that's just something to think about. Like, and also sometimes the next thing you hear was something that might unstick you, and in case you're a little stuck with getting the signal. You want to learn how to get signals with your eyes open while you're listening, working, walking, talking. You know, I was talking to a guy last night. He's a medical student, and he's curing CMV, which causes mononucleosis, which he's sort of a little bit past the age where he should still have mononucleosis, but he does. So he wants to cure it. And, you know, of course, you know, what he was saying is that if he's like busy from dawn till, you know, midnight or whatever, because he's a medical student. So he was saying that, like, when he gets home, he does it. And I was telling him, do it through the day. Like, just, you know, do it while you're in class, you know, while you're waiting for the beaker to boil or whatever you're doing, you know, like waiting for your sheep to clone. you know, like do a little testing. And so that's what you want to learn to do it in the middle of stuff, because you're going to be getting the flu when you're driving at 70 miles an hour, you know, to a business appointment. And you're going to want to cure the flu by the time you get to the appointment. So that's just something to get with. So it is good to leave the movie on. And you don't have to hear everything. The things that you need will pop out at you. You'll probably watch it a few times. You know, this is the kind of movie you watch several times. A bunch of people have told me they've done that. You always hear things that you didn't hear before. And at the same time, I just want to mention, like, if you feel like you're pushing yourself to go on and you're going, oh God, this is such a long movie, you know, well, so stop watching the movie for now. You know, go do something else for a while. You know, you may just get to it's just a very arbitrary thing. Like, I'm not saying you should stop here, okay? Like, we're going to go into something now that's really important. Just want to bear in mind that there are lots of things that are really important, and some of them are in other movies, and that you're going to be watching movies for a very long time. That's just going to be, you know, part of your life if you decide that you're going to actually learn this. Like, you know, for example, see, here's the home page, and this is my Facebook. Right down here is a little link. See this link down here? Well, this says, you know, Cure Help Network on Facebook. If you click on that, what you get is my Facebook page. It's me. And though really the Cure Help Network is my Facebook friends who you can, you know, interact with on my Facebook, well, you can meet them and ask them questions or whatever you want. You know, you can message them privately, friend them, and so on. they're the network. Still, I post a couple of movies a week, brand new movies on Facebook every week. So, that's where you get the latest, like what we just did, just discovered, just found out. And, probably those things are things you want to know, Oh, I might as well show you since I'm right here anyway. See, here's the, I don't know how easy this is going to be to scroll down this thing. Yeah, you've seen Facebook walls before. See, what you've got underneath this are people writing on here, and these people, a lot of these people cure things, in case you were wondering where to find them. Okay, see, there's a movie. Like, I'm going to show you some other people now curing things. And they're doing a kind of curing where they're looking for things to cure. Like, they're not just looking for like some thing. Like, one of the women, I showed you these women before. Okay, so you're going to see these two women again. Well, one of them is the woman who is in the middle of making a thyroid nodule dissolve. She has a nodule on her thyroid, and she's asymptomatic. Presumably, if she's asymptomatic long enough, the thyroid nodule will dissolve. It will disappear. Or the doctor can do it in 2 seconds with a little microsurgery that's not painful and not dangerous. She could just have it disappear. But this particular woman is a kickboxing coach, and she's a real player. She wants to cure this herself. She wants to have the power. She's trying to empower herself. And she's using her thyroid nodule for target practice, basically. And she became asymptomatic pretty much, from the time she started on the web college. So, but she's a hard worker, very, very dedicated. Like, she just went in there and would, continuously listen. She downloaded the audios onto her smartphone. There's a whole directory of audios in the web college, and she went around listening to them and watched movies for hours and so on, and just did things, cured things all day. And still does, And Barb, who is coaching her in this session, is, the woman who cured Epstein-Barr and herpes many years ago. 94. I cured my herpes in 1993, and showed other people started showing other people how to cure herpes back then. And she cured her herpes in 1994, I guess it was. So they're in there, and this is kind of a typical thing you do. Now, so you can watch that they're using a list to hunt for things to cure, and bear with them. And look, one thing you have to do with this. You need to let these people affect you. Like, let their stories reach you. Like, resonate with them. Feel them. Because this is not something you learn. It's something that becomes a part of you. It's something that you absorb. Something that, you have to allow this to get inside you and feel it. And part of it is just curing things. Then it's in you. You let God. You're letting in God. That's what it is. Let go and let God. Everybody always says. Well, time to actually do that. Enjoy the presence of God. In the on the hub of the web college, there's an embedded movie of a guy with no shirt connecting. He's just getting his first signals. This guy is a Catholic priest. Dr. Souffrant was doing a session with a friend of his who happened to be one of my friends, and who filmed him while they were doing a yoga session together, and in the middle of it she showed him how to get a signal. And he says in the movie, it's the peace of Jesus. I feel the peace of Jesus. And that's what it is, it's you let this into yourself and feel, the presence of the love of God, So that's what you have to do. And like, these people are the conduits of that. They're actually doing it, succeeding, winning. They're your role models. They're the people who you want to be. So allow yourself to commune with these people as you're watching them and enjoy their company, because they're friends of mine and I can tell you they're fun to be around.
I do rebounding too, and plus I have a huge trampoline, so I go crazy on that thing too.
Oh, now that, I love trampolines. I absolutely love trampolines.
But right now it's covered in snow, so.
Barb's getting a little snow too. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do today, okay? I want Barb, you're the coach. And Boots, you're the client.
Subject.
You're the subject. And you're going to do just a regular session. And you're going to go, and I'm showing this on the screen. So you're going to go to the hub, and you can't see this, but the viewers can see this. So you're going to go to the hub, and you can what you're going to do is you're going to use lists. You're going to test through basically what the hub is a big list. It's a huge list of things, and you're going to test things through the hub. Now, for example, on the hub at the very top. And I'm just zooming in to show this to people, just so I'm just showing it to the viewers, okay? At the very top of the hub, there's a little group of links. And for example, one of those is the list of lessons. So if I click on the list of lessons, and what they get to then is this gigantic list of lessons that goes down and down and down and down, screen after screen. It's this enormous list. And if they click on one of these, here's one on meridians, then they get a lesson. And it's a lesson on meridians, and there are meridians inside the bodies, outside. All the bodies have meridians, not just the physical body. And the physical body, the acupuncturists work with the ones on the surface, but there are ones inside the body too. And every organ has meridians around it, and there, you can see here there are all these things to test for: resistance along the meridians, unbalanced capacity, misconnects, misfires, leakages. It's another gigantic, or not so gigantic, list. But each thing can then lead to many, many tests on this particular lesson. And also at the top of this page is that same little group of links to click on. So up here, again, there's the list of lessons link to click on, and next to it is a list of lists. And if you click on that, then there's this enormous list of lists. Now, why are lists so important? And they're important. That's what we're going to find out, because what I think I want you both to do today is use this list of lists. So both of you on your computer right now, go to the list of lists. And see, I'm going to go on mute and let you do this. You're just going to, Barb is the coach, and you're going to find things for Jen to do. Lists that would help her.
Well, this should be fun. I've never done this before. I never do it like this, so it's cool.
Right. Yeah, this is a very useful thing to do. So, you have the list of lists up, both of you now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Okay, and you notice you can actually test for a letter. Click on that and go to the letter, and that will give you a list of lists that begin with that letter, and you can do it that way. So go ahead, and I'm going to go on mute so we get better sound from you then.
Okay. Good morning.
All right. Hi, Barb.
Hi, how are you? What seems to be the problem? All right, so you just do, I know you're healthy. What? This is just a regular session. We'll pretend like you're just a regular person finding something interesting. Okay, so why don't you test down and get a letter? That's the way I usually do it on this thing.
All right, so okay.
Scan down this list and see where you get a hit that there's something for you. Oh my God, this is enormous.
You know, I already got a signal for B, so I'm going to go for.
So you already have a signal, and
yeah, I got a signal for
B. B like boy? Is that what you said?
B, yeah, B as in boy.
Okay, so go ahead down that list and test badge, betrayal, bodies.
Okay, I got betrayal symptoms.
Okay, let's go there. Okay.
Life certificates on it. Betrayal symptoms.
Oh, the betrayal symptoms. Alrighty, and there's a list inside of that. Okay, well actually, we'll just do this. Which of the following symptoms prevent or distract you from doing, being, or having what you want and need? Which of them distract or interfere more than 50% of the time? Okay, so I'll just tell you each one and then you test yes or no. Whether this is... Can you hear me? I hear an echo.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'll give you a symptom and you tell me whether you get a yes that it is preventing you from doing, being, or having what you want and need. First one is addictions. Yes or no?
No.
Good. We can't have you have any addictions. Agendas.
Take too long.
You're the only pure one left. No, just kidding.
We only have 45 minutes. Addictions.
I know. Okay. Agendas.
Okay. Agendas. No.
Backbiting.
Backbiting. No.
Being controlled.
Being controlled. No.
Good. This is a long list, so keep your testing's pretty good. Being right.
Being right. No.
Being secretive.
Being secretive. No.
Being too busy.
Being too busy.
Could probably scan down this list too, but I'm going to read them each one.
No.
Okay, believing your feelings.
No.
Breaking agreements.
Breaking agreement. No.
Great. Controlling.
Controlling. No.
Good. Countermission or counterintention.
Countermission, counterintention. No.
Okay. Defocusers.
Defocuser. No.
Denourishers.
Denourisher. No.
Doing irrelevant.
Doing irrelevant tasks. No.
Okay, great. Doing somebody else's confronting for them.
Oh, got a signal on that one. Doing
somebody else's confronting. That could be your partner, a child, friend, family member.
Okay.
So the question next, though, is which does that distract or interfere with you more than 50% of the time?
Yes.
Okay. See if you can access what desirable realities are being blocked by doing somebody else's confronting for them.
Let's see. Well, what I get, it's kind of a laziness or selfishness on my part. Because I want to, what comes to mind is my kids. You know?
Okay.
I just want to do the things that they need to do, because if they do it, then sometimes I gotta, you know, they don't do it right, and then I have to do it over again, and it's just easier, faster if I just do their stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I've done that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we clear this? See if you can remove the tendency to do that. Behave all your bodies. The tendency to do my children's confronting for them.
To do my children's confronting for them, for myself, and all of my bodies.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a signal? Got a yes?
I asked if there's anything more we need to know about clearing up that betrayal symptom.
Is this a betrayal symptom? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, actually that's what starts.
Right. Okay. Is there anything else I need to know about? Is there any more on the list? Should I say that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down. No, I'm gonna go down the list some more. There's more on there. I get that with regard to this one.
Okay. Is there anything else I need to know about the confronting?
Doing confronting for somebody else.
No.
Okay. This also the theme of this lesson is distractions from your desirable realities. So, what desirable reality with your children, for example, have you been blocking by doing this behavior? Like, what could you have if you didn't do this?
Well, that they will grow up to be people that can, you know, take care of themselves, basically.
Exactly. Okay. Cool. All right. Anything else that you're blocking by doing your children's confronting for them? That might be good enough. That covers a lot.
I think so. I think that's
okay.
good.
Great. I'm gonna move on then on this list as more symptoms of these are like that. Can you see how that's sort of like a betrayal in a way? Why that's in
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
Good. Okay. Test on this. Are you? Is it a symptom for you that a person you trusted or empowered is not coming through for you?
What? Say that one again. Is this one I'm testing a yes or a no?
Yeah. Having a person that you trusted or empowered not coming through for you.
No. No.
Great. Having assumptions.
Having assumptions. No.
Having more than you need.
Having more than I need. No.
Great. Ideas.
Ideas.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Illusions.
Delusions. That sounds good. Illusions. Okay. Illusions. No.
Okay. Inappropriate demands.
Inappropriate demands. No.
Indulgences.
Indulgences.
That's a big one.
No.
Indulging in an intellectual conversation.
Indulging in an intellectual conversation. No. Is that a betrayal?
Okay. It's a betrayal symptom. I can see that.
Yeah.
You know why? You know, because I've done that. Rather than having people test or just getting to the conflict place, you're discussing kind of a...
Right, okay. I see.
Okay, interference.
Interference. Yes. Got a yes.
Okay, that could be, okay, what percent of the time, over 50% that you're engaging in or dealing with interference?
50%. No, not more than 50%.
Okay.
Less than 50%.
Okay, see if you, okay, so remove and erase the tendency to...
Now, would this be like
Yeah,
demons or... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, your favorite subject, demons. Well,
I'm just aware that, you know, they're around now, and it'll hit me like, wow, you know, that could be a demon. Okay, so now I'll remove all interferences.
yeah, this is more of an interfering person, behavior, distractions.
Okay.
With the demons, you can just take yourself to the 144th dimension and just like neutralize.
Okay.
Um,
On my body. Okay.
You can also scan your bodies and see which bodies the interference is being sent through.
Okay. Interfere into my celestial body. Gravitational body. Gravitational body. Removing the tendency for interference in my gravitational body. Spiral body. No. Etheric body. No. Karmic body. Karmic body. No, interfere with my karmic body. Okay. Astral body. Mental body. Emotional body. Physical body. Any of the universal bodies. No, mostly through the gravitational and the karmic body. That's what I got, yes.
Okay, so it's usually a person, people, or group giving the interference. Okay, so remove the susceptibility from that body.
Okay.
Um,
Now that's my gravitational body. Okay. Interference from my karmic body. Okay. Okay.
how do you feel now?
No, it felt like it was tough getting it out of the karmic body, but
yeah. Things examples of things that interfere with you are wanting a result, anger from yourself or others, interruptions, illness, your kids.
all of the above.
So they might interfere with focusing on higher truth, having relationships, being the leader that you are, curing things, making money, etc. Okay, so
it was, for me, it meant like that I let other people's like opinions and viewpoints in and mess me up, you know?
Okay, great. So
it all leads to anger and various. I'm getting. I am getting better about that.
Yes, you are. All right. Again, we could be testing on this list, but I'm going to keep reading one by one because it's kind of interesting. Another betrayal symptom, idea of judgment.
Judgment? No?
Leaving things to be handled later.
You don't even need the test for that one, but...
Okay.
Leaving things be later. Is that like procrastination?
Yeah, seems like it.
Well, you know, I didn't get a yes, even though I would say
I know. I don't think that's it. Yeah, I don't think that's like a chronic thing for you. Looking for a certain experience.
No, I didn't think
Looking for reasons.
Looking for reasons. No.
Loops.
Loops. No loops. No.
Okay. Low exit speed.
Low exit speed. No.
Lying.
Okay. Lying.
Oh, goodness.
No.
We're halfway through the list. Non-support or non-optimal team configuration.
Whatever that means. Okay. Non-support.
Training your children for new children. Not just kidding.
Team configuration.
Because your team would be us too.
No.
Non-empowerment.
Non-empowerment.
Oh.
No.
Non-choosing.
Non-choosing.
Yeah.
No.
Not communicating properly.
Not communicating properly. Oh. Crash and burn, a yes.
Really? Okay. What comes to mind? What do you not communicate properly about? Or where does that manifest?
You know what comes to mind is this, language barrier I have over here.
Oh, I see. Because you're in a different country.
Yeah, and I can't. I'm working on it, but I don't know. In a way, I don't. Maybe that's not it. But that's what popped into my mind because I have that problem here, and I really.
You had that problem before you lived in that country?
I know you do have to test the things that pop into your mind. And if you get no, then you have to look for something else.
The German. I get a yes for the German. Is there something more? I don't know. It's the German.
It's the German? Okay, so I don't know how we remove that. Let's see.
I have been doing immunics on my German, and it's gotten a lot better, so.
That's good.
Well, just, removing the fear of, saying it wrong or.
Actually, that's true. That's true. I remember when I was in countries, there's something you have to remove just to let yourself talk and.
Right.
Like last night, I was watching the Australian Open, and that woman from I think Russia won. She's so cool. Evansenko or whatever her name is. The other was from like China. And when they gave their speeches, they just talked, and they said it in their broken way, but it was so clear. It's cool.
Right. Everybody says, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you have to be willing to be heard and communicate. So, okay, so you've removed the tendency. Okay. Not giving yourself what you need.
Not giving myself what I need. No.
Not having money.
Not having money. No.
Not planning.
Not planning. No. That surprises me.
Pretending you're okay when you're not.
Oh, that's a good one. Pretending I'm okay when I'm not. No, I guess I really am okay even when I'm pretending.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, rambling on.
Rambling on. No, I guess I got better at that.
Rumors.
Rumors? No.
Sabotage.
Sabotage. No.
Scarcity.
Scarcity. Nope.
Subliminals.
Subliminals. No.
Suppression.
Suppression. No.
Survival.
Survival. No.
Okay. A few more symptoms. Do you have the symptom of taking care of people?
Taking care of people. No.
Telling someone you're going to come through for them and then not coming through.
Okay.
Doesn't seem
breaking agreements or something? Is that the same thing?
similar, yeah.
Telling someone I'm coming through for them and then not.
Yeah.
No?
Okay. Thinking the action or communication you give will end in a result.
Thinking the action communication I give will end in a result. No.
Trying to get a result.
Trying to get a result. No.
Trying to make the person feel good.
Trying to make the person feel good. No.
Unclarity.
Unclarity. No.
Wanting or needing anything.
Wanting or needing anything. No.
Okay, withholding.
Withholding. No.
Okay, so this includes the list of life structure design betrayal symptoms. Okay, so all my bodies are free of betrayal symptoms.
All my bodies are free of betrayal symptoms.
And desirable reality distractions.
And desirable reality distractions. Yeah.
Okay.
All clear.
All clear. Now that was like a list within a list. I'm going to go back to the big list that we started at. Which was where?
B.
Oh boy. Alright. Where were we? On the list.
A list.
Oh, yeah. The super Garuda of all lists is the list of lists.
It's in lessons and then
so
lists.
Right, so we were at B. Is there anything else in that area that you have to look at the B area of this?
No?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, can you just on the other letters?
Yeah, I'll go down the list. Okay.
Now wait. before you go on, see, this is actually a good place to start moving possibly towards the completion of this call.
Right.
What did you learn so far?
Well, that what I'm doing with my kids, not helping them is not helping me in what we both want out of life. Let's see, what else did we do? I forget what it was. I removed something from, what was it I removed from my gravitational body and my karmic body? That, whatever it was, it felt better.
I'll find it for you. I think it was.
Let's see. Something about it.
Yeah.
I forget.
Doing others confronting for them. That one.
No, that was the one with my kids.
Oh yeah. What was it again?
I can't even find out where
it's so gone.
Okay, let's see.
It's so gone that you don't remember it. Interference.
Interference, that's it, yeah. Yeah, that was good. That one I just felt different. You know, like it's lighter and...
Okay, now listen very carefully.
Yes.
You hit something. You know how I say you always say really good things, Boots?
Yes.
This is a movie about interference.
Okay.
I didn't tell you that at the beginning. But that's what we're doing here. I've spent this entire movie testing you for interference.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Barb, the light's off your face, so...
That's intentional. Very conscious. I'm a highly conscious being. I 45 degrees.
Barb, have I ever
shifted? I have to keep with the planets here.
Have I ever told you what an entertaining person you are?
Downloading.
Okay. So first, I'm going to give you your homework for this movie.
Okay.
Part of the homework, anyway, is to test down this list and find 2 more things.
2 more things?
And do as much as, as you're allowed to do by your time frame tonight. And, complete them as you go. So that's part 1 of your homework. Now, there may not be a part 2, or there may be, but part 2, if there is one, is going to concern interference. I want you both to test about interference. First for yourself. Was I interfered with at any time during when I was doing this? Barb, what do you get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so both of you were. And yet you had a pretty you had a pretty good session though, didn't you?
I cleared it as it came up, yeah.
Oh, so you cleared yours as it came up. Now test this. Did I remove all of it as it came up?
I got a yes.
Barb, what about you?
Yes, continuous clearing of interference.
Okay. Now, Was some of this interference demonic? Like a demon interfered, hit one of your organs?
I got a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Was other of the interference that test this? Was other of the interference that I was channeling another person or entity?
Or what?
And a person or entity.
I got a yes.
Barb, what do you get?
Yes.
The point of this, the reason I set out in this movie to understand that in our lives we are swarmed by interference.
Yeah.
And you know, this is maybe not news to either of you, but the other day I found out about it in a really big way. Because I talked to a woman, and she has, her name's Dagmar, she's a European, she has symptoms, she's not doing immunics though, she decided she didn't want to do immunics, because she decided that it was, we're using a dark force to cure things. That's the conclusion she came to. That didn't happen when I was talking to her. It happened a few hours afterwards. So basically what happened to her is, oh, could somebody go on mute? Could you guys try going on mute, because I'm getting it, or just turn your speakers down. Just turn down your speakers a little bit. I still hear that little echo. Can you turn your speaker down even more? I think it's Boots, actually.
Mine's off.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah. Okay. That's better.
Okay.
She was completely overrun by her interference, and it stopped her from curing the thing. But the thing that was really spooky about because this has happened before. It's nothing new. You know, there's all kinds of religious nuts out there, and sometimes we, get one walking in. You know, but the thing is, her symptoms are totally undiagnosable. The doctors have no idea what's wrong with her. They've ruled out CFS, MS, all these diseases. She's seen, like she was saying, she's seen this parade of doctors for years. This has been going on. She's going blind. She's losing her eyesight.
Wow.
One of her symptoms. Another one, blood in her urine. Now, what is the relationship between these two symptoms? These are totally disconnected. I don't know of any disease that causes both of those things. And then there's a whole bunch of other ones, and one of them is a chronic fatigue-like effect. And I realized after I talked to her or heard this, she wrote this little note to Greg, and she was actually trying to help us. She liked us. She was saying, you're going to get in a lot of trouble, you really need to be careful, She was warning us.
For what?
That we're using this dark, and you know what she said? She said you may cure these diseases, but you'll something way more awful will happen to you.
Nice.
That's what she said, she was trying to help us.
Great. This is great.
She decided to help us. And what I realized was that her symptoms are symptoms of persistent interference and demonic attack.
Right.
And there's a woman who I told her that she had to make movies or I wasn't going to work with her. And she's still my Facebook friend, and you can see her sometimes. She clicks like in Facebook on things. And her name is Eileen. And she's a sweetie, very nice person. And You got to turn your speakers down again, Boots, because I'm getting that feedback again. She was.
Sorry, they're way down now.
I'm sure they are. She was,
I'll just go on mute till you talk to me.
She was telling me that somebody cursed her, and she has all these awful things, like, you know, happening in her body. And of course, no doctor can diagnose her either. And she's been to a few, but it's no luck. But she was saying that, you know, she knows she was cursed. They told her they cursed her. You know, these people. She's from another culture. You know, they're like a Haitian or something. You know, so. But the thing is that what we need to realize is that, like, it scared me to think about this woman like slowly deteriorating and going blind, and she can't get to the cure because the interference completely stops her from curing herself. You know, whatever it is, demonic possession or whatever you want to call it, you know. And a lot of times it's like, well, you could test this. Were any of the entities or people who interfered with me just during this session people who are in my life now?
I got a yes, and I know I just had a complete flash of who this person is.
Well, see,
I know what's going.
The point is that, like, let me talk to you, Barb, okay? Like, people who don't know you may not realize that you have like thousands of friends. You know, your 1,300 Facebook friends. You know each one of them, almost all of them personally. And then there are all these people who are not your Facebook friends who are your friends. There are like thousands of friends. And it's people like you because you make yourself an open channel.
No, but
you have instantaneous empathy with people. And Boots, the same with you. You obviously, anybody takes one look at you and they see you're somebody who can be an instantaneous empathy with another person. Anybody. You can just meet anybody and you're right there with them, you know.
True.
And this is the dark side of that.
Yeah.
And we have got to disentangle and extricate ourselves from this.
Sorry.
No.
Speaking of 1,300 people, there's
one of them now.
One of the nicer ones. Yeah. Inadvertently interfering. Yeah, there you go.
And so, we need to, in each moment, throughout the day, we need to be doing more testing. And because testing itself takes out interference. Like you were saying, as you were doing the session, you know, you were taking out the interference. And it happens automatically when you actually keep doing the work, you know, to the point where you don't have, like, I don't have so much interference in my life as I did 20 years ago before I started doing this. But see, what we're trying to do with you, and Barb has been doing it for 20 years, but maybe not as rigorously as me, but for somebody like you, Boots, who's less than a year, we're trying to bring you up to speed a lot faster than we got up to speed, you know, because we need your help, and you're a great source of support for us. So we want you to be in good shape, and if you're getting like continuously taken down by interference, you really can't be that much help.
That's true.
So I thank you for this wonderful demonstration. And it's funny, isn't it, how you tested this thing and you took it out and then you went back to it and you said, like, oh yeah, interference, I felt that I need to do more on that. Yep, well, you're right. You need to do more on that.
It's also amazing how connected we all are. Whenever I work with people, how they always are like getting the same issues that are current at the time.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter who's doing the session on the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's the light side of these psychic abilities.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are psychic abilities. You know, you read my mind, Boots, you know? You read my mind.
You read my universal mind.
That's right. My universal body. And with my universal mental body. So with that,
Okay.
you guys feel complete with this for now?
I do.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
thank you.
yeah, the other part of your homework is to do, like, go through the web college and find other things about interference. There's a ton of stuff about interference in there. It's everywhere.
I would like to discuss more interference versus demonic attack, and
we're going to do another movie on this probably real soon. You know, this is an important issue. Also, I want to thank you for tweeting, and I want you to tweet about this, and not just like one tweet, hey, great session, thanks guys, but actually like really something that somebody can use and that helps people understand themselves because they understand you. Well, the specter raised its ugly head during that shoot that they could somehow complete the list of lists in that session. I'm afraid not. Even the small list that they were working on. See, they went into the list of lists and found a list under B. I don't know if you caught that, but that's what they did. They were working on a small list. And even with that list that they completed during that session, for the time being, if either one of them came back to it the next day, they probably would be able to find a whole group of new things to work on. But the thing that was important, well, there were, in addition to the interference, I don't know if, it may not be that easy to see the ramifications of what she tested about how she's treating her children. Because if she continues to do things because she doesn't think her kids are good enough to do them, like they're just not, you know, she thinks, well, my kid's, you know, not effective enough, like he's not going to do a good job of washing the dishes, so I'll just do it myself. And if she does the dishes herself instead of giving that to her child is going to grow up feeling like he isn't good enough to do anything. And I used to be a shrink, and I treated an awful lot of people who were treated like that by their parents, and their parents even thought they were taking care of their kids when they did that. But the net effect was that they grew up with a lifelong struggle of trying to come into the feeling that they were good enough to do things. And you know, like I watched my brother-in-law, who's a very well-respected person in his field of commercial art, and I mean beyond well-respected. He's one of the top people in the world, really, in the field, and he's still competing with his father in some way, who's also one of the top people in the field. But anyway, whatever. You know, you get the idea. I think that you know, these things damage people. And we can be, you know, we can be a lot better if our parents just adjust some of the things they do. So this could be a turning point in her life, in her relationship with her kids. If she takes that, like, if she takes what she cured. See, the idea of curing something is it's gone, you know, and maybe next time she feels like taking over a task that one of her children could do, she's going to remember this and go, oh, wait a minute, here's an opportunity to give a vote of confidence. And she's going to hand that to her child to do. So anyway, the other thing about the interference is really important for you. It's why I put this movie in here. Because it's very likely that you have been interfered with from the moment you turned this movie on. Perhaps just in minor ways. And you're pretty helpless about doing anything about that. The only advice that I can give you, like the guideline is, if it seems like anything is moving you away from curing anything for any reason, that's probably interference. So you could just test, is that it? You could test, see if you get a signal, am I being interfered with there? So, I don't know what to give you. There's you're just going to have to interact with interference, and instead of just going down when it tries to take you down. I'm going to show you another person succeeding with this, and it's just going to look like somebody curing a virus. So I better tell you that what is coming is a movie about interference. And you're going to learn a lot more about interference from watching this person. Now he's curing a virus and succeeding at it called Epstein-Barr. He's a kid, I think he's about 18, and he has, I can't remember what his age was, but he has mononucleosis. It causes mononucleosis. Epstein-Barr is a herpes virus. It's just not one of the the sexually transmitted herpes viruses that people usually, they associate like herpes with the pustule things. HSV1 and 2 are those. There are actually 9 herpes viruses that infect humans. So Epstein-Barr is another herpes type virus. Another one's chickenpox, by the way. Okay, so here we go.
All right, so test this question. Do I have any pathologies in any of my bodies?
Do I have any pathologies in any of my bodies? Yes.
Okay. Say I'm removing all pathologies from all my bodies. And then do that, I'm removing all pathologies from all my bodies.
I'm removing all pathologies from all my bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got a signal on that. Do you have any virus in any of your bodies?
Do I have any viruses in any of my bodies? Yes.
Okay. Do I have virus in my etheric body?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have virus in your, ask if you have any virus in your etheric body.
Do I have any virus in my etheric body?
Right.
No, I don't.
Okay, do I have any viruses in my emotional body?
Do I have any viruses in my emotional body?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm now removing virus from my emotional body. I'm going to do that.
I'm now removing virus from my emotional body.
And look for your signal again.
Mm-hmm.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my emotional body is free of virus.
My emotional body is free of virus. Okay.
Yes? Good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do I have any virus in my celestial body?
Do I have any virus in my celestial body? Yes. Yes.
You do the same thing. I'm removing virus from my... Okay. See, it gets faster after a while. You get really, really fast with this. You do this every day and it's not so long. you can just scan this list of bodies, which you'll find on our website, and then the pathologies. But I'm going to go on just to give you a sense of how to do it this time. All right, so do you have any virus in your gravitational body?
Do I have any virus in my gravitational body? Yes.
Go ahead and remove it. I'm removing the virus from my gravitational body.
I'm removing the virus from my gravitational body. Yep.
Great. How are you feeling? Have you changed yourself since we started?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you feel any different than when we first started? Do you notice any changes in yourself? How you're feeling, what you're thinking, your responses?
I can definitely sense the signal a bit better, but overall, very relaxing.
You just feel more relaxed and your signal's getting stronger?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, test, do I have any virus in my spiral body?
Do I have any virus in my spiral body?
Okay, what you just saw there is a typical person, curing, in a typical way. This is exactly what, people look like when they're curing a virus, It's pretty typical. And this is how I looked and how Barb looked and how the other people who, have these wonderful success stories, haven't had a herpes outbreak for 20 years. This is what we looked like. It's kind of boring to watch, I guess. But generally, the person who's curing the thing is not bored. Though it may be bored to sort of watch somebody mumbling about, yeah, I got a signal, It is actually not boring to be doing it. You feel things. And I don't know if you've started doing this yet. And by the way, you can learn as much from this guy, because he was curing that virus. So if you apply that to what you've got, you can learn just as much from him, even though he may not end up curing that virus. So now I'm going to tell you his story, and you're going to learn about interference from this. After that movie, a week, 10 days passed, didn't hear from him, and Greg called him, to find out how he was doing, and he was not doing well. What had happened was his parents had found out that he was doing this, and they told him to stop. That's interference. His parents decided that he had met some shady characters on the web who were corrupting him. And that they had to protect him. And what happened on his end is he got sick. You see, overprotective parents have a compromising effect on people's immune systems. They're creating a neurosis in their child, and emotional problems compromise people's immune system and make them susceptible to viral-based diseases and cancer. I think that there's an awful lot of people out there with these diseases who know this. So if you're one of them, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But if you don't already know this, and you believe that whatever it is you've got is purely physical, wake up, you're dead wrong. Whatever is wrong with you, whatever neurotic symptoms you're running. I'll tell you I have a few stories I can tell in the middle of telling this guy's story, which I'm not done with yet. But there was a woman who cured her herpes. I didn't talk to her for months. And she wrote to me and said she had gotten an outbreak. And this was very strange to her because, see, she had been one of these people who have continuous outbreaks. Some people have a strain of herpes where they have continuous outbreaks. And she was one of them. So when she cured it, she really knew she cured it because she wasn't getting outbreaks anymore. She went without outbreaks for around 6 months. And then I got this call from her. And when I spoke to her on the phone, I discovered that she was living with her father, who she hated, and was actually in the middle, like we were talking, and she said, my father's coming in, and I hate him, and I just don't want him around, you know. And I realized that, you know, that's what was compromising her immune system. But at the time, see, I didn't know how to deal with that at the time. Like now we have meetings, and we have, you know, we have a lot of support on Twitter and Facebook. And you know, these people who you see writing on Twitter and Facebook, they're actually friends with each other. They talk on the phone, they talk on Skype. Some of them are like halfway around the world, but they have Skype, you know, so they can talk. They can even see each other when they talk, because they, you know, they're looking at each other's faces. My wife talks to a woman in Italy, and she, you know, they're talking to each other. The woman's face is on the screen, you know, and she does immunics with this woman. You know, they work on themselves. They have fun, you know. They're like girlfriends, you know. And the same with the people on Facebook. I mean, they're like, you know, a lot of them really love each other. You know, they're really buddies. So anyway, this is what happened to this guy was that his parents did this. So anyway, Greg invited him to the meeting. And so he actually came to the meeting, and he's totally changed. You know, some of the people at the meeting did some of this with him, and he cured a bunch of things, and he seemed completely he was so happy, and he was feeling great. And I mean, obviously I'm not going to play you the entire session that he had with Barb, but he was feeling wonderful at the end of the session. And so that, you know, he left that session and he said, I have to practice this more. I'm going to go practice it. And but he got sidetracked, he got derailed, and then he came back and he was in the meeting with us. And a couple of days after the meeting, I looked on Facebook and he had defriended everybody. Something happened. Now, I don't think that necessarily means that he has stopped curing it. He may be still out there trying to cure it in secret. And he probably won't succeed, because people who try to be secretive, I don't think... Well, I'll tell you another story. I'll just illustrate this with another story. There's a woman who's still my Facebook friend, but I don't want to say her name, okay? I'm just going to tell you her story without saying her name. And we met, she watched one of my YouTube movies and or called me on the phone. I have my number on a lot of my YouTube movies. So she called me on the phone, we started talking, and she was curing her herpes, and she did great. She was really good with it, you know. And she joined the web college. You know, I talked with her somewhere, and I, you know, walked her through a few lessons in the web college. Like you saw those women doing in the movie before him. You know, they were walking each other through the lessons, and I did that with her, and she was wonderful. I mean, she was really, you know, like, she was getting there. And I said, let's get on, you know, Skype. We'll make a movie of you curing your herpes, and you can send it to all your Facebook friends and tell them, watch this movie so they can cure their herpes. Because she has about like 600 Facebook friends. And of any given, you know, if you look at the disease statistics in Wikipedia, the epidemiology of the 2 herpes simplex, you know, STD viruses, probably a total of around 450 of her Facebook friends have herpes. They don't say this, but people are they're terrified. For whatever reason, people are terrified to talk about their herpes. I don't know why. I've never had any problem talking about mine. You know, I've gotten nothing but wonderful things back from, but whatever. Anyway, you know, so she, she said, oh, no, I couldn't possibly do that. I have so many of I work with people who I know on Facebook, and oh, no, I don't want anybody to know about this. And so I said, okay, well, see ya, and sort of didn't talk to her for a while. Well, around 6 months later, she had the same experience that the other woman had. What it was that she was able to cure it, and it was obvious that she was affecting the virus and stopping herself from having outbreaks. That was obvious to her. She knew she was curing it, it was working, and then comes the outbreak. And why does it come? Because she doesn't feel good about her friends. She can't really include her friends in her life. And another thing was, one of the things she said to me was, no, she said, I showed a friend of mine how to cure it. She actually showed a few of her friends how to do this, So she thought she was being open about it, but she felt like she was being wise, and she isn't wise. She really isn't giving people a chance to to love her. Because they can't see her, so how can you love somebody if you don't see her? But anyway, that's her story, and this is this guy's story. What I want to do now is talk more about the two women you saw before, because there are more things to be learned from their movie. You're probably asking, like, how could people test through a list of lists on a computer screen and find out things about themselves that they couldn't know any other way? It's very simple. They can't. You can't know these things. Or do these things. You're being empowered. You're being given the power that God always intended for you to have. This is the power that God always intended for you to have, and yet it isn't really yours. You're always plugged into the mainframe. You're always going to be you tapping into this miracle, this wellspring, this fountain of the miraculous. As you just witnessed somebody cure a flu in the middle. She would have been sick for weeks. In Hillsborough County, where I live in Florida, we're having a flu epidemic. The hospitals are filling up. These flus, the modern flus that people are coming down with are different. And we're going to save the world with this, because people are dying of these flus. Well, they were dying of the old flus too. But these are different. These are just, the symptoms are way, way stronger. And you watched somebody just now being delivered from that. That's what basically happened when you were looking at the Alejandra before. And now you just watched two people curing a bunch of things that would have compromised their immune system so they'd be susceptible to flu. And plus, the woman that was, was working on herself, I think she told me that she had the flu on 4 separate occasions this year. And she cured it every time within 10 minutes. And she is one of hundreds. People call me all the time and tell me this stuff. Or I call them, or whatever. They're friends of mine, a lot of them. I mean, I sort of, become friends with people when they start doing this and get good at it. It's fun, those are the people I want in my life. I want winners in my life. And now I've got them. That's great. This is what they were using. This is in the Webb College. It's called the List of Lists, and as you can see, there's these letters at the top, the same as the Cure Show, so you can find a list if you want to go back to it easier, because it's this gigantic directory of lists. Now this is not the only thing. We also have a list of lessons that's way bigger than the list of lists. The list of, that's the list of lists there. But the list directory doesn't have to be that big because there's a lot of things on the lists. That's where the large amount of stuff is. It's in the lists. And lists are very good to work with to cure yourself of things, because you will find things on those lists that would have messed you up for years that you never would have known were there and couldn't possibly find any other way, but that at some point in the distant past, one of us stumbled over one of those things and it got added to a list somewhere. And that's how we organized it. See, you have to remember, like, there are thousands of us feeding into this. You know what this is going to look like someday? It's going to look like Wikipedia, with a staff of a couple of hundred people and tens of thousands of volunteers all writing little bits of it. And that's what it's been. Except, you know, it's been us, you know, the few and the proud, and in the middle here, you know, actually taking all the stuff in and making web pages out of it and, you know, putting it up there so that you could have it. That's how this came to pass. That was our volunteer work. This has been our volunteer work. It's been our labor of love, so to speak. You know, it's just, you know, what we wanted to give the world, because we knew that when somebody, you know, some of these things are deadly. And we knew when somebody cured one of them, and they're not medically named or anything, they're things that we found. Little rattlesnakes living inside of us, ready to bite us. And when we, you know, we cured them, we realized that somebody else was going to get bit unless we put it here. But how do we get you to find it? See, that's the question. You know, how do we help you find it? And the thing is, you got to assimilate this first. Because, you know, we have had so many people who signed up for the web college and they never used it. You know, now, so I'll just tell you this, okay? One thing is, like, you will know that it's time to join the web college because you will feel like a colleague. This is one of the pages where people sign up. You probably never saw this, but there's just one word there. I'm not trying to get you to sign up for this web college right now. Okay, you're probably not ready, but you see it says colleagueship. We don't have members. We have colleagues. You become one of us, somebody who cures things and who can contribute as a colleague, who can discover something that none of us have discovered possibly, and contribute it to us. So that is one of the contributions that we ask for and require of you, although, you know, most people don't meet the requirements. We've had so many people sign up for the web college who weren't colleagues. They just, you know, weren't ready to be colleagues. And there is another criteria, which is at some point when you start curing things, you may cure something that was actually in the way of a function. Gratitude is a function. Like, functional people are grateful, but almost nobody's functional, so very few people are grateful or are grateful for an extended period of time. You see, if you get yourself a smartphone, you start watching people cure things all day, some of it rubs off on you and you start curing things all day, and then you continue to read people, you know, writing about curing things all day on Twitter, and you know, see, you know, movies on, and I put all these movies on Facebook, and if all that happens and you're doing this, you may actually at some point feel that you want to donate to this. That, you know, this is going to save the world, And, you know, you should pay part of it. You know, you want to do that. You see, this is a non-profit. You see, it says right there, it's a donation. See where it says org at the top there? That's our web address. Orgs are non-profits. So that, you know, that point may come. And that's a very good place to, you know, to be in with contributing your money, because that's the kind of place we want to see people come from when they're giving something. You know, they feel as though, you know, if you feel as though you've been given something and you want to give something back. Or, well, see, actually you can't give anything back, because truth is somebody already paid for your cure. That's why you've got this movie. Somebody paid to, you know, to get this going here. Somebody bought a camera and so on to do this with. And so now it's going to be, you know, what you can do, though, is you can pay it forward and you can pay for somebody else's cure. With that, I have a couple of stories that I want to tell you. One of the stories is just a quick story about a friend of mine who cured herpes. His name's Ron Brody. He's one of my Facebook friends. So you know, again, I say, you know, if you want to, you know, if you're my Facebook friend, which is very easy, it's right on the home page. I showed it to you before, and you can just, you know, click that link. There's my Facebook wall. And anyway, you'll find Ron among my friends, so you could friend him too. He'd be probably very happy to friend you. And I'll tell you a story about Ron. Ron came in to cure herpes and did. And he was doing great. His herpes was not outbreaking, and I told him, well, keep it out for, you know, several years and you'll be probably, you know, totally cured of it. He could probably get a negative medical test for it long before then. And Ron actually went to get a medical test, and when he was taking the test with the doctor, he had to do it for work. He forgot to ask the doctor to test him for herpes, so he never found out whether it was gone. But he'll probably go back and get another one. But anyway, it probably wasn't gone, because several months after that, a friend of his at work died. And Ron became very depressed and went into a tailspin, and he stopped doing this for about a week. And at the end of the week, he got a herpes outbreak. That's right, you got to keep it out. And when he got the herpes outbreak, he woke up and he suddenly, you know, what happened was I called him. I hadn't heard from him for a while, so I called him and I said, what are you up to? And he was telling me he's been feeling so terrible, and I was shocked. I just said, you know, and I've seen people do this over and over and over again. I've seen person after person do this, and it still shocks me every time. I just can't believe that anybody would do that to themselves. He knew he could cure it, and he didn't cure it. He already knew he could cure it. He already did it. He had already cured it. He'd succeeded. he had obviously affected this virus, you know, and stopping his outbreaks for months. And he just didn't cure it. Why? Why do people do things? Why do people do what they do? Why did he go into a funk and stop curing anything? That's what he did. All I know is that I see this over and over again. I've done it. I see this. I have done what he did. I see it over and over again. And you want to know, it's why we have all these things like Twitter, you know, on the home page, and people writing about curing things. And you know what? Writing keeps them remembering, keeps them going. And it also, you know, not everybody writes anything, so it also, you know, helps somebody else, obviously. But that's why I set all these things up. That's why I started, dialoguing about this with people on Facebook, because it's something you can do all day. And we have our once a week, meeting, our wonderful once a week cure meeting that people come to sometimes. Yeah, we have some people who come every few months, and so on. And it's great, but it's not going to do it, because what's going to happen to you doesn't happen once a week. It happens every day. And you got to do this all day, because there's about 1 million things like interference that come at you to stop you. 1 million things that interfere with you. And in his case, in Ron's case, I think he tried to help his friend cure the cancer, and his friend was like, no thanks, I've talked to my doctor and I know what my options are, and I have some good options. I'm going to, so Ron just backed off, and then he may have, who knows, why he felt so involved with this person who died, but he did, like he felt involved with that, and maybe he felt like it was a definitive failure, and that there's no such thing as cure because his friend died. This is another thing that people feel. And what I do know is I've watched people do this, and I watch people stop curing things. I watch people intentionally stop curing things. And it's always because they fail to cure something. And it doesn't mean failure is permanent, but you know what? A lot of times it does. Because a lot of times the thing that they fail to cure is in another person. There's this person who they wanted to see cure something, and the person just, isn't going to, or died, or whatever. And for them it's over. And also I know that there's an awful lot of people who I never meet who succeed and then stop. And see, that's the real tragedy. Okay, somebody watches the movie, they didn't get it. So, so they'll get it someday. When it's on TV, they'll get it, when more people are doing it, they'll get it. When I'm on the cover of Newsweek, they'll get it, It just wasn't strong enough for them. But they'll get it at some point, But the real tragedy is somebody who succeeds and then stops. Oh, what could have been. So I said to Ron, okay, cure it right now. We spent took him 5 minutes, and his outbreak went away, and he hasn't had one since. And that was, probably a good 6-8 months ago now. But that's my little story. This is what's coming. When you drop your guard and pow! Just be expecting it, okay? Well, the other story is about the first person that I helped to cure cancer. I'm going to show you. Here's another shirt. Ta-da! It also has the tally on it. I have a right to wear this t-shirt, even though I never had physical cancer diagnosed by a doctor. Never ever in my life. I did have cancer and I cured it, but it was not medically diagnosed, so I cannot claim it in a t-shirt. But this t-shirt is connected to somebody else's medically diagnosed cancer, actually a great many people's. But the very first one is the one I'm going to tell you about. And her cancer would be enough to enable me to wear this shirt proudly. Her name was Edith Huber, wonderful woman. She did my seminars back when I owned a seminar company. And she was the director of tourism for Galveston. And the city of Galveston paid the $3,000 and $6,000 fees that I charged for the courses that I gave, the seminars that I gave. And so she didn't have to pay for those herself, because she had a budget, a self-development budget as a high-level government employee. I had a bunch of students like that who got their courses paid for that way by companies or governments. And anyway, so Edith, she was a crazy girl. She had 3 boyfriends. She was trying to decide which one to marry. She was a real Texas girl, you know. She was 67 at the time with her 3 boyfriends. Boy, she was something. And anyway, Edith calls me up and she says, I got these 3 boyfriends and I'm trying to figure out which one to marry. I want to get married and I don't want to make the wrong choice. So how about maybe we could do something privately where I call you on the phone and we talk, you know, like have a series of hour sessions, and, you know, which shouldn't be that many, and, you know, I know you don't do that because I never did that. But I had an agenda at the time, and I said okay to this plan. Because, see, I had just discovered this. It was 1993. I had cured my herpes a scant 3 or 4 months ago. And I wanted to see, you know, what it was like to, you know, do something like this with a person. You know, you see something for coaching on the homepage. And this was the very first time anybody ever got coached with Edith. She was the guinea pig. So we agreed on a fee, and she, you know, started talking to me once a week. And I realized when I was helping her with her boyfriend situation that what we had to do was simply like what those women were doing just now, you know, with the list of lists, you know. You just go in there and you pull out wires, you know, whatever's there, you just yank it out. And the more wires you yank out, the clearer the person gets. The effect is cumulative. And after a while, she gets oriented and she can make better decisions, and that was happening. It was going really nicely. And we did this for about 2 weeks. We had, I guess, maybe 4 or 5 sessions, something like that. And she comes into this session and she's crying. You know, what's going on? You know, she starts the session and she just burst into tears. This is over the phone. And she says, I've got cancer. I'm going to die. I said, what? She said, I just got diagnosed. I'm starting my meds tomorrow. She said, and but the doctor told me I only have a 40% chance. She already had cancer. This was her second go-round. She said we fought it off the first time, but I'm not going to make it this time. They told me I'm probably not going to make it. You know, there's a better than 50% chance I'm going to be dead in 6 months. So it's all over. I'm not going to get married. I can't do it. It's just my life is over. You know. That was the story. I said to her, don't be ridiculous. You know, suddenly I just got like, if I can cure my herpes, she can cure her cancer. So we started taking the cancer out right there, and she instantly felt better. Like it was like she stopped crying. She was feeling great by the time the session was over. Anyway, so a few days later, she comes in, and she started the meds, and she said she's feeling bad from the meds. But the doctor told her she has to do this medication. And what did I know? I didn't know anything about curing cancer at that point. See, if you listen to the more recent things of us curing cancer, we don't do it this way, but it worked anyway, you know. But I said, it was hairy, though. It was scary, you know. I didn't know what to say to her, so I said, well, you just got to probably keep taking the meds. But we kept taking out the cancer. And I told her, just keep taking out the cancer. Whenever you find it, all day, take it out. Well, she comes back. The next session, right, she should have been calling me between these sessions, but I never even thought to ask her to do that, you know. So next session she comes back, and she says, I threw my meds in the toilet. She said, I didn't want to take them anymore because I was feeling too awful from them. Well, the meds were going to kill her. People's cancer medication kills them. That was what would have happened. So, but I didn't know that at the time. But anyway, she said, I got rid of those. She said, and then, she said, I drove across town and I went to see my son, and her son was a doctor. And she said, my son is a doctor, and I went to see him, and she said, and she started to cry again. And she said, he screamed at me. He was yelling at me, Mom, you're going to die. You're going to die. Go back to your doctor right now. And he sent me back to my doctor. And then my doctor screamed at me. And he said, you're crazy, you're going to die, I can't give, and he couldn't give her the meds back because she'd been off them for a couple of days, and he said, I can't start you on them again. I don't know why, but I think sometimes that's the way it works. They can't start people on the meds again if they go off them. So he gave her another med, I don't know what it was, but it was, he said, this is much milder, but he said, it's probably not going to work. He said, you're probably a dead duck. And she cured it. It was just, she was fine from there. She just cured it. It disappeared, and she got married and lived another 5 years. So that's she died of a heart attack. I did not realize you could cure heart attacks at the time. And also, Edith had other things she needed to do for her health, and I didn't get into that with her, and I should have. But I didn't, because she was a heart attack candidate. She was way overweight and whatever. And also she was doing things that aged her. She was just eating wrong. And at the time there was no Skype. It was like the late 90s, So I couldn't actually see her when I was talking to her. If I had, I probably would have done a lot more with her. Working with people on Skype is a lot better than it was, working over the phone. It's way better on Skype to be able to see somebody. Anyway, so that's those. Okay. Now there was something I dropped in there about coaching that may have given you the wrong idea about coaching. I do not coach people. What I'm doing is making a movie with people, helping people. I'm an experiment on wheels. Coaching is something else, and yeah, in a sense I'm coaching them. I mean, by a stretch of the definition, what I was doing in this movie was coaching those two women, and I'm coaching you now in this movie. So I could consider myself a coach, and I do. I behave like a coach a lot. I behave like a head coach. But as far as actually performing and selling the service of coaching, I never have, other than, a very few times, and even then it was more like an experiment than real coaching. And had I really been Edith's coach, I would have stuck with her. I would have done a lot more with various other things with her. We would have continued together. She probably would have lived a lot longer, but it never occurred to me. So, and now I just don't have time. So, but I help other people, coach people here and there. I do that. So the question is, who are the coaches then? You, if you want to be, or whoever wants to be. That's who the coaches are. Okay, here comes my personal story of curing my own cancer as I found it. The year was 1996. I guess it was probably the early fall. I'd just come out of the movies at Franklin Mills, north of Philadelphia. And I was wandering around in the parking lot looking at the stars. It was a beautiful night, and I was truly enjoying myself. I was in one of those places that you get to when you do this stuff, the really calm, flat-centered, happy, just happy, free, and very inquisitive and curious about everything. And this is the ideal moment to cure things, when you're in that place. See, that when you're there, it doesn't mean you're cured. It means that you're you know, like you've cured the things that were in the way of curing things. So now you can actually cure something, you know. So there I was out there, you know, wandering around looking at the stars. And in that place, spiritual guidance comes, you know, it's like, you know, like God whispers things to you. You know, God gives you a little, you know, heads up on something here and there. Just a thought comes that maybe didn't come from your dysfunctions for a change. you know what? Can you relate to this? You know, so I was out there and I had this thought: check yourself for, you know, some other disease than herpes. And, you know, I don't know if I had ever done that. You know, I stopped getting the flu when I cured my herpes. But, you know, I never checked for the flu. Or, see, what I was doing was I was taking out other things. You know, in the web college, you'll find lessons on things like trauma from past lives, you know, emotional trauma. And I did a lot of stuff with that. Not that I'm saying you should, okay? Don't get the wrong idea here. This is not supposed to be a prescription. You know, I know you see a lot of these movies and these idiots are like giving you all this advice and stuff. And the great thing about this is that I do not have to give anybody any advice, because you can ask questions and get signals directly from a higher power that can advise you. So this means you're not, you know, dependent on brilliant me. Like, I'm not Deepak Chopra, okay? You know, he's brilliant, he'll advise you. What I'll tell you is ask the big guy, you know, let him tell you what, you know, and you'll get good stuff. So anyway, and it comes without asking, too. Like in this moment, for me, it came. And I got this, you know, little thing. So I started asking about other things, and I tested, do I have cancer in any of my bodies? And I got yes. Now, you know, just to give you a little perspective on my life, you know, I'm almost 70, and I stopped dropping acid before Jerry Garcia started. That's how far back I go. Okay, I am dead serious. I was one of the first people on the planet ever to take LSD, right around the time Timothy Leary was. And back then, there was a guy who was alive named Oshawa. George Oshawa was the founder of macrobiotics. And he said that people who used LSD would get prostate cancer, because LSD was the most in substance next to, like, you know, it was the most in substance, almost like sugar, okay, or maybe way beyond sugar. I can't remember anymore, but that's what he said. He said that he predicted prostate cancer for those people. Well, I started having problems with my prostate when I was in my 40s, which was way before I discovered that I could cure anything. You know, that was like, I didn't discover I could cure things till I was around 50. And actually, no, I think I was in my late 30s when I, you know, almost 40, when I started having this swollen thing. And I started taking saw palmetto, and that, you know, took the symptoms away. So that was good, you know, and I did good things for myself there. And I really thought I'd handled it. I never dreamed that I had cancer. Never thought to ask for it till this night, when this little message came to test. So there I was, and I got so scared. I couldn't believe it. And of course I knew I could cure it, but that doesn't help, you know. And I took it out a minute later, you know, it was gone, and I felt, wow, what a difference. And I'd been feeling wonderful before. You know, it's just amazing how good you can feel. Really. Oh my God. So, oh boy. Anyway, oh, by the way, just as an economy of scale, I do believe that Jerry Garcia died of prostate cancer, as did Timothy Leary. And, you know, so Oshawa was not wrong in his, he was usually right about things. You know, I got a lot of good remedies from George Oshawa. And he's one of my idols, you know, one of my great idols from long ago. All right, I'm going to show you a woman doing what I did in that parking lot. And she doesn't find cancer, but finds other things. I'm actually not going to show you the entire thing she did, just a small amount so you can get an idea and maybe do it yourself. Okay? Let's have a look. And so we'll start with multiple sclerosis and test if you have multiple sclerosis in any of your bodies.
My fingers twitching.
Okay, that means yes.
I don't know. I usually don't have my finger twitch like that.
Okay, well that means that you're starting to get the signal like everybody else, which is good too. So now I want you to say, I am now removing multiple sclerosis from all of my bodies, and get any kind of signal that you get on that. And you don't have to say that, I already said it, just tell me when you get the signal that you have removed it. When you get a signal, okay, so you got that signal, it means you removed it, okay. All right, very good. And okay, so now let's test for tuberculosis.
No.
Okay, you get no, okay. Now let's test for cancer. Do I have cancer in any of my bodies?
No.
Okay. Do I have smallpox in any of my bodies?
Yes.
Okay, so now you say I am now removing the smallpox virus from all of my bodies.
I'm getting a no.
Okay, we'll keep going to yes. You want to get yes on this. So you just keep just saying I'm removing the smallpox virus, and when you get a signal, you've done it. Sometimes it can take a while.
Okay, I'm getting the signal now.
Okay, good. See, because it can take a minute. Now, why would we check for these diseases that you've never been exposed to, like smallpox?
I don't know.
Now, that woman cured a crippling and incapacitating disease called ankylosing spondylitis. And if you don't have it, you probably don't need to know what it is. But if you know somebody or you've heard about somebody who has it, you might want to tell them they can cure it, because it is a monstrous array of symptoms that disrupt every facet of a person's existence. And there are more movies of her, you'll see them. There are some movies of her actually on the Signals page. There are also movies of her down here on the home page. See, there's one. A lot of people cared enough about you to give all this to you. There's a lot of amazing people doing amazing things in these movies. I'll show you another page here. This is the home page, and you see there's a little link right here. It says CureTube, and see if I click on the CureTube page, this thing ain't that fast, but there's a whole ton more movies there. Now, you also want, you probably want to click through these and go to the YouTube accounts where there are hundreds of movies. There are 600, there's probably around 800 movies. So, and it's actually, they're arranged in the YouTube accounts, they're arranged chronologically, and it's easier to follow any given person if you just, scroll down that chronological list, because usually any given person was filmed during the same period. So if you want to follow somebody's film career or their curing career, how they did with curing something, that's a good way to do that, is to start with the first movie a person made and then work through it and watch their development as they go. So we got a lot of a bunch of amazing people in here who cared and wanted somebody else to learn from them, which, you know, and one day you might be one of those people. Don't rule it out. You could be amazing someday when you grow up. Here's what you want to bear in mind. If you start doing this, and I say if because most people who watch this movie, I do not believe that they ever start doing this at all. They just watch the movie and they're gone and that's it. Okay. So even though they spend the 3 hours or whatever, they probably don't get anything out of it. Because this is not an inspirational lecture, and with an inspirational lecture you listen to it and you get something out of it, and they sort of relate to everything that way. Like anything that's on YouTube that's sort of in this area they think is inspirational. It's either inspirational, news, or porn. Okay, so they don't have any room in their mind for some other category where you actually, although they do have very good YouTube movies on retiling your kitchen floor. And you actually have to do that to get anything out of the movie. Anyway, this is a little like one of those. Okay, so the thing to bear in mind is if you do start doing this, and it comes to a choice between joining the web college and getting yourself one of these, you should opt for this, because the place you start is by pouring into this stuff into yourself all day, and you can really only do this with, see the little YouTube icon on there? That's how you pour it into yourself. You use one of these, because it's impossible to sit in front of a computer and do this stuff. I was never, and my computer's right where I cook and everything. It's right there, So it's really great. Like I sit in my office, I'm in the kitchen a lot because I love food. And I cook all my own meals, and I wish Franny would eat my cooking, but she likes to cook her own, so we sort of eat different things, but whatever. I mean, yes, I'm a little hurt, but still. But anyway, so it's right there. I could always have done it, but if I can just pick this up and stick my Bluetooth in my ear and walk around with it, I will do it. And it's been a breakthrough for all the people I've seen do it. I see people who've never tweeted and they start tweeting, and talking about their cures on Twitter and whatever, It's really wonderful to have these. I wish I'd gotten into these long ago, Also, a funny thing about it, see this thing I've been waving around, this is actually not a smartphone. It is this is an iPod, and so it has no internet connection if I leave my Wi-Fi area. Of course, I can go to another Wi-Fi area if I want to go sit in an internet cafe. And this thing has worked for me just fine because I'm around the house a lot, and also see I can download things onto it. So I go into a wildlife area to work. And a lot of times I review my own movies, which YouTube allows me to download my own movies. So I can just take those out there, and that's what I do when I'm out there. And then I watch other people's stuff when I'm here in the house. So, okay, and if and when you are doing this, if and when you do get a colleagueship, then you're going to find that you really need one of these things, because, see, the colleagueship is not a substitute for this, because then you've got audios. Like there's about 600 hours of audios in there. See, the thing is that we were making audio cure shows. They're MP3s, so those things you can download to an iPod or a smartphone or whatever, and you can, take them with you wherever you go. Like that woman, I was telling you how she downloads things to her smartphone. Well, that's because though she does have a smartphone, she actually has a smartphone, but she does not have a connection that enables her to stream. She lives in the Austrian Alps. I don't think they have that there. So she bought a smartphone and she downloads stuff to it and makes her phone calls on it, and she's got her internet connection. I mean her her phone connection on it, and so that's how she does it. But she can download as much as she wants. So she downloads my MP3s and she listens to those when she's out. And yeah, there's like 600 hours of MP3s on a lot of diseases that we don't have movies about. Like, for example, I don't have any movies on Graves' disease, but I have one cure show where the woman cures Graves' disease, and if you have Graves' disease, you can learn how to cure it from listening to this woman, and the same with around 100 or so other diseases. Well, I'll tell you what, I might as well just show you this. See, it's right up, the link to the cure show is right up on the very top left above the tally, and the page has the same kind of so there's many cure shows, and you have the letters at the top. So that's what it looks like. And as you probably noticed, there are some diseases that have lots of cure shows on them, some that don't have that many. I'll tell you, I need movies on Graves' disease. If you have Graves' disease, I'd be happy to make a movie with you. And so would several of our other people, our coaches around here, our buddies, who are, who will support you in curing it. And the same with, we always need more movies on HIV. HIV, if you got HIV, give me a call. That all the hepatitises, get in touch with me. And, anything, listen, if you don't see it and you need it, call me. My number's around. You can get my no problem. Look at the contact. See the word contact there? You see that? It's right above that letterhead. You click on that and it goes to a page. It's got my number. So it's got a few people's numbers there in case you don't like me. There are people who would rather talk to somebody else. So we have a few volunteers a few brave souls put their numbers there. You can always call Greg. He's much nicer. One other thing about this, some people say they don't care for my movies. I talk too much. When I go round and round and round things. I don't get to the point and so on. Nothing to stop you from, turning your webcam on and shooting yourself and uploading it to your YouTube account. And if it shows a cure and it's to the point, you might end up on the homepage of our college, or on one of the pages illustrating curing a disease. So there's something you don't rule it out, or just maybe you see something that's needed and you sit down and turn on your webcam, and let us know that it's there, and we'll use it. Because there's a lot of things that are needed that we haven't created yet. So you could do that. That's one thing that can be, listen, you're discovering this just like we are in this. And that's why we call you colleague. Question I get all the time is, how'd you discover this? And not going to answer that now. That's a long story. But I have talked about it in a bunch of other movies. So, you can run across that. And then there's another one. Of course, these are more like, the personal side, because mostly the questions I get is, how do I cure my, which hopefully I've answered that question in this movie already. So, you may not actually be curing anything, but you have at least been told how you can or will, and shown and given the opportunity to start curing, whether you have or not, that's another matter. But you have been given the opportunity to begin curing what you have to cure. But see, there's another question that people ask. It's sort of like the second most asked question, which is, why are you doing this? There was this guy the other night in the Monday evening meeting. I mean, it's Monday evening here. Anyway, in Florida or New York, so that's Monday evening, 9 o'clock. And this guy said, you guys are all so passionate about this. Why are you all so passionate about it? And that, I think, is maybe the second most asked question. And so a little bit, I'll try to tell you a little bit about it. You know the guy I was telling you about who cured his herpes, Ron Brody, his name is. And every so often, you see, a tweet from Ron go across the, this thing, this Twitter thing. And Ron will, like usually Ron tweets about helping somebody. Like he'll say, I helped somebody at work cure the flu. Or just, I think it was yesterday, there's a tweet that came through here about, he was saying like, it's this Twitter thing, it's on the homepage, see that black thing? Those are tweets. Those are people's tweets. And there's a little click up there, you can follow it if you want. Or you could just read it on the homepage. Anyway, so Ron was saying that somebody had an emotional problem, and he helped them cure it. Bingo, gone. Totally zip, just erased. It erases. The person was fine. And why does Ron do this? See, I think I know why Ron does that, because I realized from knowing Ron for about a year, I guess I know him, that Ron values friendship. Like he values his friends. Like friendship is a very, very important thing to Ron. And somebody like, and also to him, a friend is somebody. It's not like just about like, hey, I baked some extra cookies, like you give your next door neighbor, But for Ron, friendship is you need something. Like, I'll give it to you. Like, I'm here for you. What is it you need? And, it's funny because at where Ron works, like if somebody, is talking to a coworker and they say like, God, I feel terrible. I think I'm getting the flu. Like as not, the coworker will say, go over to the caddy shack and talk to Ron. He'll help you. And they probably go a lot of because they think he's going to give them a cold pill. So they probably go over there too. But then you come to me. Again, there's always me. And, my thing, when I discovered this, see, of course, I had a seminar company. So when I discovered it, I naturally felt a responsibility to these people who paid me thousands of dollars per course to, if I had something, I had to run right out there, and give it to them. That was, I just felt like I owed it to them, that's what they were paying me for, So that was my job. See, like, the way I always saw my job, I don't know if they saw my job like this, but the way I always saw my job was I'm a guy who discovers things. And I teach you what I discovered. That was my relationship to them, to my clients. To most of them, this was new Coke. Like, what I have been very, very good at in my life is founding businesses and companies and organizations and showing people how to run their organizations and their businesses and their companies, in addition to personal growth things. That's been my real talent. And most of my money was made from that, from showing people how to run their businesses. But to me, I always saw myself as a transformer of human consciousness. Although I'm not sure everybody saw me that way, But that was how I saw myself. And and when I found this, to me, this was real transformation, like I had never had anything like this in my life before. This was the real thing to me. And looking back on it, I don't think I appreciated what I did with them back then enough. And they appreciated it, a lot of them. Then a lot of them didn't appreciate it, but a lot of them did, and they, I mean, some of them are still actually here with me doing this. So, I don't know if you've seen any of them. I think you saw Greg in the movie where Alejandro cured the flu. That's Greg. He's been with me since 1982. Oh, and Barb, of course. Barb started working for me in '84. So, that's been a continuity between that and this. But the thing that we used to do, where we got people to confront things, that's really important. If you don't confront stuff, you can't do this. And also, see, when you cure things, it's automatic confront, because then God is telling you, you're like when you get a signal, like you're gonna what this is really about is you're going to discover an awful lot of things that you didn't want to know about yourself when you're doing this. As you heard, it's conceivable when you were listening to any of the people you've been listening to that they were getting signals about things that they didn't want to know. Not all of the things, and maybe a lot of them were things they already did know about themselves, but a lot of those things were things they didn't want to know about themselves. And this is how the world changes. See, the thing that really got me once I started going with this was that all humanity needs this. And because people have asked me, for example, like a really good question is, like, you have this thing and you obviously want people to donate their money to it. So why do you make all these free movies where people can just learn it from the movie? They don't have to donate anything. That seems kind of stupid to some of my. But it actually isn't, because what I realized there came a point when I realized that if I suppressed this in any way and didn't really just completely show it in any movies that we do, I would be doing a massive betrayal. And what you saw, I wasn't thinking of it when I put that clip in this movie, but you were watching a woman cure symptoms of betrayal. That was what she was working on. The list was a list of betrayal symptoms. And one of the betrayals that she was working on was not letting her kids do the dishes. Like, she discovered that she was betraying her children by not letting them do the dishes after dinner because she was, invalidating their skill, their ability, just because they weren't as skilled as she is at doing the dishes, that she was invalidating them, and that was a betrayal. It actually tested as a betrayal. And if like not letting your kids do the dishes is a betrayal, just imagine the colossal betrayal that I would be committing by not giving humanity the cure to viral-based diseases and cancer. So I would really make myself sick if I didn't give this to people. I mean, I would be very, very, you know, for the next 1,000 years, I think I probably would really have damaged my immune system for the next 1,000 years or so, you know, or at least until somebody else gave this to the world and I came into it and accessed my betrayal and, you know, and took it out. Some of these betrayals can last a while. So, of course, maybe you don't believe in past lives, but, you know, work a few of yours and you'll probably start believing in them. That's what I found, because I didn't believe in past lives either, or I didn't know if I did or whatever. You know, it wasn't really an issue for me until I started working them, and then I started to feel, you know, at least I was getting something on it. I didn't know if there were any, but I was definitely getting something out of clearing trauma from them. So anyway, so this is, I guess, the reason that I've been doing this is because, for one thing, I had to. I mean, I actually had to. I realized I was, you know, I had the cure for herpes. You know, I cured my herpes. And do you have any idea how many people on this planet have herpes? Do you know, I was reading Wikipedia and the epidemiology, 95% in certain populations, not less than 65% in others, which puts the herpes total at about 5 billion people of the 7 billion on this planet have herpes. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Do you have 500 Facebook friends? Because if you do, 300 of your Facebook friends are hosting herpes. True fact. Give that a little thought. You know, so I realized that, you know, Willie Sutton once said that there's a very wonderful feeling to be sitting in a bank at night. And I realized that I was sitting inside of the cure for something that's an affliction that kills people in the third world. You know, and there I was, like I was the only person on the planet who had ever cured their herpes at one time, at least in this way. You know, it's possible. You know, I saw on the news that there was a baby born with HIV, tested positive for HIV. And, you know, a year or two later, I guess it was, or a few months later, the baby tested negative for HIV. And that was a huge breakthrough in the medical community because they were realizing that people do cure these things somehow. They didn't, I mean, obviously they didn't know how the baby cured, you know, her or his HIV, but it happens. And I came up with a way of doing consciously and intentionally what that baby did. Obviously not consciously, maybe, or intentionally. But I came up with a way of doing that. And I could, you know, and it was very teachable. So I realized that it was my responsibility to give this to the world. And also, it's been a lot of fun. Once I owned it and decided I was going to do it, it was a lot of fun, even though a lot of people just walked out in droves. You know, when I started teaching this to them, it just left them so cold, you know. And that was when I realized that the people that you know are probably not going to take to it. It's probably going to have to be people you don't know. Which, of course, led to, in 1996, I decided to put this on the web. And, you know, just been what it's been from there. And I also discovered that it's never ending, that I couldn't stop. Like, it wasn't something I could actually hand off, although I am handing it off, and obviously it's being handed off and other people are taking it. And there's a lot of volunteers doing a lot of important things with it. You know, it's wonderful. You know, I'm happy to see that. And it really is a blessing to be doing less and less. But I also realized that I couldn't go to sleep at the wheel, you know, that I'm still responsible. And that was, you know, that was part of getting well, actually, realizing that I'm responsible. Well, there was another reason, in addition to avoiding massive immunological compromise by betraying the world by not giving them the cure, which I had. There, you know, back in the 1990s, when I discovered this, there was also another feeling that grew in me, and it expanded right from really virtually the very beginning when I cured my herpes. You know, within hours of curing my herpes, I began to think of myself as Christopher Columbus. Well, I was in Puerto Rico, staying on the beach, I was on Ocean Beach, staying there for a couple of days. I'd just come back from teaching seminars on a Caribbean island, and we always flew into Puerto Rico on our way back to Florida, where I lived in the Florida Keys. And I was running on the beach and thought how I discovered the cure for herpes on that beach. And that may have been the beach where Columbus landed and discovered the, you know, the New World. It probably wasn't, okay, but that was the thought anyway that I was having. So that was, you know, it was within hours of curing my herpes, because I had cured a medically incurable viral-based disease, and I knew it. But I didn't know it well enough. I mean, I didn't know it like I knew it a couple of years later, when I really got on the disease warpath and started. You know, I made a choice to focus on curing diseases, but I did know it. And I knew that you know, there were a lot of things that we were doing that were groundbreaking and cutting edge. You've seen some of them in this movie as you've watched these people. You know, these people are making history. They're altering the course of human destiny. The people you saw here, all of them, not just me. Everyone who does this does that. All I ever had to do was be the only cure, and the world had changed. When I cured my herpes, the world changed. Because, you know, people have spontaneously cured things in the past, but never intentionally, methodically, and consciously, as I had been able to do. This was something that could be replicated. It was something anybody could do. It was something everybody in the world could do tomorrow if they were shown how. You know, if this were broadcast over every television network on Earth, which in a funny thing it now is, because here it is on the web, you know, so it is actually available to everyone on Earth right now. But had this been just, you know, pushed on everyone, you know, with, you know, commercial interruption, of course, but okay, and you know, when we come back, we're going to show you how to cure cancer. But right now, a word from some wonderful folks who make some really great hairspray. Anyway, the point was that I saw history being made, and I knew that this was something I really got excited about and wanted to do. You know? So there was a positive, in addition to wanting to avoid the, you know, the disaster that I would have brought on myself had I suppressed myself. There was also this positive, you know, like reaching out, and that just kept expanding. Like, let me tell you a story. When we started doing this, I guess the year would be 96, maybe 95, you know. Okay, Greg was moving, we were consolidating. We moved to Philadelphia, and Greg was closing out our San Francisco operation. We had, when we did our seminars, we had centers in I think it was 5, let's see, we had San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Fe, New York, Philadelphia, and of course I lived in Florida, so you could consider that another one. We never gave courses in Florida, but we did courses in the other houses, and then we moved, for the bigger courses, we did those in resorts like in the third world a lot of times, like Puerto Morelos in Mexico, and Jamaica. Good times in Jamaica. We went there twice a year for a month and did our seminars there in Port Antonio. Good times. Okay, so he was staying with a friend named Sally, and she had had a liver transplant. And when he was staying with her, it was by some coincidence, she had started rejecting the transplanted liver. Now, so she had medical insurance. It was no problem other than, you know, the part that she'd probably have to pay, I guess. She'd probably had to pay a part of whatever it was going to cost. They were going to give her another liver, and they were waiting for a liver. That's where she was in this process. They were trying medications. They tried a bunch of things to get her to accept the liver that she had. She had one transplanted liver. She had a new liver that she was rejecting. And Greg, who's our executive director, so you may be talking to him actually, because if you come to for example, if you come to the Cure meeting on Monday night, you'll meet Greg. But also, you know, Greg is the guy who, like if you live in a part of the world where you can't send a donation for a password, you talk to Greg and he gives you a password. So that's how people get passwords when they have no PayPal or any other way of paying or donating anything. They talk to him and he donates the thing to them. Onward. So Greg was with her, and what he did is he just sat down with her and he did this with her. I don't know exactly what, as you've seen, there are a lot of things you can do with this, and what you've seen so far is the tip of it's the tiny tip of a vast iceberg of things that you can do to cure things. Even if you're running great guns with this, you have not scratched the surface of what you have to cure. Trust me on that one, okay? You can trust me. Anyway, but he sat down and they probed, for causes, and bottom line was she accepted the liver she had, and she never needed the transplant. So this took him about 45 minutes. And it saved the insurance company that was paying for the transplant $1 million. So that is what I mean when I talk about changing history. I mean, we're really talking about changing the world here, because if lots of people started saving the insurance company $1 million, and if nobody got the flu so they didn't need flu shots and on, see, if cure actually became something that, when cure tips, everybody will know they can cure things. So what that means is that, okay, let's create a scenario. I want you to picture this. Like a friend of yours goes upstairs to bring her son down because he didn't come down for breakfast and it's time to go to school. And she doesn't know why didn't he come down for breakfast. So she goes up, and her 9-year-old is laying in bed, and his eyes are red, his nose is running, he's coughing. She feels him, and he's got about 103 fever. And what does she do? Like your friend, this person that you know in the real world, in real life, right now, okay, in this environment that we live in, what does your friend do? And I'm sure you know what she does. She does what moms do. Calls the school, tells them he's not coming in, he's got the flu, makes chicken soup, whatever. I don't know, gives him a cold pill, whatever she does. She does what moms do. Now, in the world that I'm talking about, where cure has tipped, what Mom does is she takes one look at him and she says, "You have the flu, don't you?" And he goes, "Yeah." And she says, "You should have cured that hours ago. You're going to be late for school now. Cure that immediately and get downstairs." So it's a completely different environment where people are accountable, which means there's going to, everybody, in this world that I'm talking about, everybody's going to be fresh out of excuses, and this is a very, which I like. See, I don't really like getting excuses from people. So that was another thing that inspired me to do this. I realized, if I can only tip cure into global consciousness, no one will ever give me an excuse for anything again. Won't that be nice? So that was another motivation I've had. Anyway, so this is, the reason that I have done this, and the reason why this is here. And also, it's the basis on which I choose my friends. Because the better people get at this, the more people are able to do things that I want to see get done, and the less excuses I get from people. And that's been feeling very good to me. See, Boots, you do an awful lot more for yourself than most people. So when we're talking about doing even more, I mean, we are talking about curing a thyroid nodule instead of having it, surgically removed. So,
right.
You might have to do an extraordinary amount to get, to accomplish that.
I'll do it. I'm up for it.
Well, see, if you can do that extraordinary amount, that will make you an extraordinary person beyond anything you've ever been.
Cool. I'm up for that too.
Because you were the person.
Off your class.
You were the person who got the thyroid nodule. That's who you used to be. So now you'll become the person who cures the thyroid nodule, and that's a big change. From being somebody who gets one to being somebody who cures one, it's an enormous change. I mean, it's way a bigger accomplishment than killing a virus, which only takes a few minutes. And this is a very big accomplishment you're attempting. It's not like, curing herpes or something. Although actually, I should give myself more credit because it took me years of sticking with it and checking myself every day to cure herpes. It wasn't just a quick thing, even though I cured it in the sense that I didn't have outbreaks, but I had to fucking work to cure it, to really cure it, It was a lot of work, so I should give myself a lot more credit than I do. I always denigrate it, like it's nothing. Because that's how it felt. It felt like nothing.
You deserve it. Congratulations now.
Thank you.
I think you have to see how these diseases and conditions play into all the other areas of your life. Because now that I cured my herpes and got outbreaks, you can see how manifestations of the symptoms show up in your relationships or work. I don't know what the how thyroid plays out, but it would be interesting to look at that too.
Well, how does herpes play out? Can you have any?
Just low esteem, thinking, like what I was doing with thinking everything's your fault. For me, it does. That everything's my fault, or that I didn't do something right, or if I would have done something differently, this wouldn't have happened. That kind of downward spiral thinking.
Those are herpes symptoms.
Yeah, shame, blame, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that's herpes.
Gosh, it's funny you say that because looking back, 20 years ago, that's how I was. I had those symptoms.
Yeah, it was tricky because in a way, when you're on the highest level, everything is your creation, but it's not like I should be blaming myself or shaming myself for what manifests. Well, that's definitely what I was doing.
I never noticed it while I had the herpes. Or even when it was gone, I never put it just like you did just now. It's really great to hear you say.
That's what I look for now, and that's what's really been keeping it out. I have had a lot of opportunities to manifest outbreak, and I totally haven't. I'm really grounded in my cure now.
You should tweet this. That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd start taking it seriously. You were the one who actually inspired me, because I kind of didn't want to talk about it. Then I just decided, well, I'm just going to really get into this and keep it out of my higher bodies, and that's what I discovered in my higher bodies, those things. But I'll work with you on your thyroid more, Jen, because I feel like I'm available.
Oh, yeah.
We should do that.
Okay.
We should, disappear your thyroids. That'd be cool.
Well, Jen, you're to be congratulated, too, for passing through what you went through over the weekend.
Yeah.
Congratulate myself.
Well, you know,
Monday morning.
you know, a lot of people never pass through these things. They go into one and they never come out the other end. That's why we never hear from them again.
That's true.
Really?
We never hear from them again. This movie was given to you by HUM, the World Ministry of Immunics, which enables you to cure medically incurable diseases. We also produce the Cure Drive and the iCollege of Immunics. This is the home page. And as you see here, the movie that starts playing automatically when the page opens is a 3-hour tutorial film, which underneath it is the beginning of a series of movies. If you click on these links, you go to another movie that's a continuation of the tutorial, showing different aspects of the things that people need to get into when they cure things. The movie shows many people curing things. You'll find complete cure tutorials on the home page. Under the group at the top is another, this is a video and text tutorial, and if you click on the link, you'll see it has 10 lessons, and you can click on each lesson and you'll see that the lessons are movies interspersed with explanations. And if you continue scrolling down the home page, you'll find a huge bank of movies of people curing things. Here's one of someone curing multiple sclerosis that you can click on and these play. Hopefully this one will play in a moment. There it is. So that woman cured PPMS and MS. Here you'll find people from every continent: Europe, the US, Asia, Canada. This woman cured shingles, and in this particular movie that's what she's demonstrating. And at the top of the home page you will find links to the cure meetings that we have every week. 9 p.m. New York time, Rome time 8 p.m. Underneath the cure meetings you'll find a link to friend me. It's actually Byard. I'm Byard speaking to you on Facebook, and you'll meet many people who are my Facebook friends there who have cured various diseases. Many of us have cured herpes, which is what I cured. Also there, if you have trouble getting signals, there is a whole bank of movies that focus on people who are just starting to get their first signals. Many of these people went on to bigger and better things, and you see them in other movies. But these are movies about their signals, how they got their first signals. At the very top of the home page, you will find above the masthead a link to the cure shows. And we documented people curing things on, we did this on the phone. There are shows on about 75 diseases, and the diseases are listed alphabetically, as you can see. You actually hear the people curing these diseases during these shows. That's post-traumatic stress syndrome from 9/11, you know, the catastrophe. We have a show on that, and fever, somebody curing the fever, several people curing fibromyalgia, flu. We had a flu hotline, and there are many people. These people are actually curing flu, and the flu stops. It clears up during the 15 or 20 minutes of the call. It doesn't take long to cure the flu. Over here you have paralysis, parasitic parenting, Parkinson's disease. When you cure something, please join your voice with the voices of the many people who came before you by reporting your cure in our poll, which you can do right above the tally of the cures that people have reported is here at the top. And as you can see, there's a little link here. And if you click on that, you will come to a form that enables you to report your cure. This page is the hub of the Web College, and as you can see, there are detailed lessons on how to remove viruses, cure cancer. Here's a movie on the right here of a doctor who actually years ago cured the flu on camera. You'll notice that skill 1 in the hierarchy of skills is cure physical diseases. That's actually the easiest thing with this particular approach. And I've put a great many things in the hierarchy of skills that relate to curing physical diseases, such as ending trauma, working on your organs. Now, if we go into the Recode Your DNA, there are 10 applications or 11 applications, and Recode Your DNA is one of them. If we go inside here, what we see is a page with a huge amount of links. And then if we look at the links on the right, after the ones on the left which prepare you, these are the actual lessons. And you can see some of them. It might be hard for some people to see why blind installation procedure is related to recoding your DNA. And this is why we've put it in this application, so that it relates it in your mind. This is the reason the Web College is organized the way it is to relate things for you in your mind. And obviously there are a huge number of things, like if you're curing cancer or herpes or any medically incurable disease, it's obvious that there are a great many things that you have to learn. And they're different for everybody. You do not have to learn everything that's listed here. And in fact, cure is instantaneous. And it's always unexpected how it will come. Like, watch these women. They're going to give you a perspective. This is a good way to conclude this little overview I'm giving you here. Say, can I go to the 144th dimension? See if you get a signal on that. Can I go to the 144th dimension?
Can I go to the 144th dimension? Yes? I guess I can.
Go ahead and do it.
Okay, both of you go to the 144th dimension.
I'm taking myself to the 144th dimension.
Me too.
No stopping for gas on the 8th dimension.
I feel clear.
I feel less interested in anything below the 144th dimension.
Can we stay here all the time?
I know, exactly.
Well, I mean, this would take a lot of backstory, but there are some decisions that my family's making that I now feel clear about.
Yes, because when you have that perspective from the 144th dimension,
Yeah.
you simply don't care about anything as much.
That's exactly it. But I don't care doesn't sound so good.
Well, see, that's right.
That is it. That's really
Not in effect.
When people hear we say we don't care, they go, "Well, God, that's sick," you know.
Okay, I know. It's a good thing.